same contact as we used to have in 1983-84.
That is great.
Great.
Good morning. Namaskar, sir.
Namaskar, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning, Dr. Venkatesh, Director.
Good morning.
Good morning.
सर शास्त्री साहब जब बोल रहे हैं तो मेरे को लगा मैं भी बोलना चाहता हूँ, क्योंकि मेरे दो गुरु है जो है कि हम भी ऐसा नहीं है कि हमारे दर साहब भी गुरु है और शास्त्री साहब भी गुरु है। ये इनके अलावा हमारे फील्ड के भी दो गुरु है इधर, एक राजमणि साहब है और बाटवाड़ेकर साहब है। सो गुरु है, इंडस्ट्री गुरु है, और उसके बाद मेरे पीर गुरु जो है जो मूर्ति साहब है और मेरे कलीग्स जो पीसी झा है, ये सब तो मैं भी बहुत फॉर्चुनेट हूँ सर। यही मैं बोलना चाहता हूँ फोरम में।
You are into third generation.
You are fortunate, and we are also equally fortunate that you are basically directing this show, being director of NRM. So we are also equally feel privileged.
बहुत अच्छा लग रहा सर ये फोरम में देखने से।
Hello, Professor Murthy.
Yeah, good morning.
How are you?
Sir, good morning, sir.
Yeah.
I'm
How are
fine,
you, Murthy sir? Yeah.
Good morning, sir. Good morning. Namaskar.
You should all congratulate him, Murthy.
Yes, sir. That's what I wanted to say.
Yeah.
Geoscience Award in Mining Technology. We are proud that Professor Murthy sir has got it. Congratulations, Murthy sir.
100%.
Sir, thank you for your blessings, wishes, and support. It is not possible, with well-wishers like you, without well-wishers like you.
No, Professor Saab, you have done great job in the mining. So please accept our congratulations from the core of the heart.
Sir, thank you so much, sir. हिंदुस्तान जिंक के साथ हमारा थोड़ा सा और अच्छा रिलेशन था, थोड़ा आगे का.
बिल्कुल.
Very good, sir. As an academician, of course, our job is to see that how best we can do and help whatever way we can. Thank you for your support.
Great. No, sir, you are doing really great. And yeah.
I think in a minute's time we will start, sir. It's
Good morning, Professor Thad, Professor Shastri.
Hello, Professor Sanjay.
Venkatesh. And congratulations, Murthy Saab.
Thank you, Sharma Saab. Thank you for your wishes, in various ways, actually. Thank you.
Who is coordinating this? Is Ja coordinating or somebody else coordinating this full link?
with your permission, I think we will start it, sir.
Venkatesh, who is connecting the link?
Dr. Jha, sir. Dr. Jha. And I think we will be starting this session, sir. Yeah, Dr. Jha, please.
खोली नहीं रहा लैपटॉप में.
Sir,
मोबाइल वाला है.
no, sir, you just actually shut it, come out and then again restart, sir. Restart means restart the link. Come out of the link, again start the link. It may get connected.
Yeah, maybe you're right. My master stroke is grandson. He's
Acha, helping.
Yes, Vinod Kumar ji, good morning.
Sir, good morning.
Vinod Kumar ji, good morning.
Sir, good morning.
Rajmani.
Sir, yes, sir, good morning.
Yeah, very nice to see you here. I'm representing Hindustan Zinc.
Yes, sir, same here.
anybody come from Rajasthan should be representing them.
Yeah.
Right. Absolutely.
YouTube में भी है ना वैसे?
Good morning, Venkatesh sir. Mr. Jha, we are not able to hear you.
Hello, sir. You said audible from NIRM to all.
Now it is audible.
It is not audible for me.
Yeah. Audible.
Ask, but it is not also audible for me. If Mr. Jha, Dr. Jha is speaking, it is not audible.
Yes, yes, yes. Jaji, can you hear us?
Yeah. Audible.
Jasab, are you able to hear? No, your voice is not coming, Jasab.
No.
Is it coming now?
Resound is there. I think somebody is having mobile. Please switch it off. Your voice is
not audible, please.
resounding. It is. Maybe connected through mobile also.
Yeah, now you please try once again.
We can use
हाँ जैसा आवाज आया अभी
इसको बंद कर दो फिर भी आ रहा है सर हम इसको
अभी NIRM co-host वाला ऑडियो बंद कर दीजिए कंप्लीट.
अभी आ रहा है. Is it clear now?
Yes, sir.
Resounding.
Yes, sir. Somebody has opened one more system in your cabin.
There are two are there. One is NIRM, other one is PC jar. Both are at the same location.
That's why resounding.
Yeah, one should be completely.
Hey.
I think Madhusudan is showing something. He is not getting voice.
No, sir, their voice is not coming. They are discussing in between, but their voice is not coming.
क्या साहब क्या बात है आपकी वॉइस नहीं आएगी कैसे काम चलेगा
Oh, कर रहा है sir. Let them do it. It will come, sir, now. Sir, साहब कैसा है साहब नमस्ते.
Oh, good. You guys, Madhusudan was in Delhi 2 days back.
Yes, sir.
And spent quite a quality time with him. Oh, we are okay as usual.
Thank you, sir.
Darsab is evergreen man, sir.
Oh, no, those days are gone. We are just surviving now.
No, sir, old is gold, sir.
Yeah, that's only for these days. Gold has lost its luster. Where is it? I don't see Thote also. He was supposed to join. Dharma, I saw.
Hello, am I audible now?
Yeah, it's
Yes,
good.
sir.
It's good. Yeah.
Shall I start?
Yes, Dr. Jha, you can start.
Good morning to all of you and respected members of the elite panel of experts from the industry and the academia who were kind enough to join this brainstorming session online. Our guest of honor, Professor Vividha, respected director, my colleagues, fellow HODs at NIRM who are joining this session from this meeting room. On behalf of NIRM and the convener of this iconic week celebrations for NIRM, I welcome you all. We have organized this session as part of the iconic week celebrations of the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav by the Ministry of Mines, Government of India. In fact, AKAM is an initiative of the Government of India to celebrate and commemorate 75 years of independence and the glorious history of its people, culture, and achievements. The official journey of AKAM commenced on 12th March 2021, which started a 75-week countdown, and it will end up on 15th August 2023. This Mahotsav is dedicated to the people of India who have been instrumental in bringing India thus far in a evolutionary journey, but also hold within them the power and potential to enable the spirit of Atmanirbhar Bharat. In the words of our Prime Minister, AKAM means elixir of new ideas and pledges elixir of Atmanirbharta. Therefore, this Mahotsav is a festival of awakening of the nation and will enable to showcase our our hard work and rich knowledge in science, which is leaving its mark from Mars to Moon. NIRM too joined this celebration of AKM from the inception and launched a technical lecture series every Friday starting from 12th March 2021. That is the day zero of this celebration. We are continuing this lecture series till date with few exceptions due to inevitable reasons like public holiday and official engagements. Till date, 44 lectures have been delivered by academicians, practitioners from industry and eminent researchers, including scientists from NIRM. Detailed information about the lectures are available on the website of NIRM. We are going to upload them one by one on the YouTube channel of the Institute. These lecture series have 44% representation from researchers, 36% from industry, and 20% from academia. For lectures under this series have been delivered, 4 lectures under this series have been delivered by the foreign participants. So far, 1,500 people have uniquely attended this lecture series, which has average attendance of 90 and it goes up to 170. We will continue this series till such time official celebrations are in place and have a plan to bring out a commemorative volume at the end. Among the 5 themes of AKM, Achievements as 25 is the one which focuses on all our milestones achieved along the way with the passage of time. Accordingly, NIRM decided to join this iconic week celebrations of the Ministry of Mines with this theme in mind. We looked back into our portfolio from the formative years of 1988 to 90, when the Institute started the addition of with the addition of 4 new departments to the erstwhile unit of R&D unit of BGML. Later on, Engineering Geophysics Department was added to the Institute in 1996. Engineering Geology and Seismotectonics were added in 2008, and these departments are working at present in the Institute. The capabilities of all these departments with some flagship projects executed by them are showcased in the commemorative souvenir of 2019 circulated to all of you. Our expansive footprint in technical arena has not stopped as yet. Some of the new investigations areas added to our work portfolio include fatigue damage analysis, design for civil works, quality control assessment, structural stress monitoring, and all. We have appetite to expand them further and add newer portfolios. And as an institute, NIRM has just completed 34 years. We have 34th year 2 days from now, and is not even halfway in its own journey of Amrit anniversary. Still, we are proud to have put up an indelible imprint on almost all the major construction, mining, and infrastructure projects of the country. Reports of investigations of NIRM have withstood the test of judicial scrutiny. Our scientists are in the report monitoring investigation committees, various statutory bodies of India, editorial boards of international journals, and board members of other institutes. In our path to progress, we always remember the support of the industry by sponsoring critical and challenging projects to us, which made us to explore solutions, thus making us experts in our own field. Therefore, we call them partner industries, a true partner in the progress of the institute. While making these celebrations of AKM, we decided to plan our activities for future expansion of work portfolio during next decade or so. We recalled the role of our partner industry in the capacity building at NIRM in the past and decided to associate them once again in the identification of the shortfall in technical capacity building or a scope of widening our investigations areas in future in keeping with the upcoming needs of the industry. In order to develop new tools and techniques, we decided to take on board academicians who are the powerhouse of elixir of knowledge. Rock mechanics, as we know, has its spectrum spread across three wide disciplines: mining engineering, civil engineering, and geology and geophysics, called earth sciences. Accordingly, we have drawn panel of experts from industry, academia with representation from all these three domains. We have in this panel Mr. M.C. Burman, Associate Director of Civil and Member Secretary, Standing Subcommittee on Sites Characterization, NPCIL, Mumbai; Mr. S. Gudge, Chief Engineer, BMRCL, Bangalore; Mr. K. Madhusurna, Vice President Mines of MSPL Limited, Bangalore; Dr. Kumar Pichumani, Regional Director, AECOM, Chennai; Mr. Rajiv Ranjan, Additional General Manager, Geology, NTPC; Mr. Sanjeev Singh, Director, Mines of Hindustan Copper Limited, Calcutta; Dr. S.L. Kapil, Executive Director, NHPC; Mr. Vinod Kumar, CEO, International Business, Hindustan Zinc; Mr. M. Subani, GM, R&D, Singareni Collieries from the industry. All of them have 25 to 30 years of experience, and they understand the pulse of the industry. We expect them to envision us through this session. Professor Salivahan, Director, Indian Institute of Petroleum and Energy, Visakhapatnam; Professor V.R. Sastry, NIT Surathkal; Professor V.M.S.R. Murthy, IIT ISM Dhanbad; Professor S.K. Sharma, IIT BHU, Varanasi; Professor A. Murli Krishna from IIT Tirupati; Professor V.B. Maji from IIT Madras; Professor N.R. Thote, NIT Nagpur; Professor R.M. Vatwadekar, University Technology at Malaysia; Professor Sayyad Ari, Principal at TTIT College KGF; Professor P.K. Rajmani, MBM University Jodhpur, are in the panel of experts from the academia. They are a mix of experience and tech-savvy groups with domain expertise in respective fields. We seek your guidance in shaping the future of NIRM through your words of wisdom in this brainstorming session. Professor B.V. Dhar, a luminary figure and an eminent academician, researcher, and administration, is joining this panel as an honorable guest. He has been partner to the 34 years of journey of NIRM, right from the days of his conceptualization to the present guidance as a member of the governing body and general body and chairman of the peer review committee of the institute. I once again welcome you all to this brainstorming session. Members from Ministry of Mines are also joining this panel, and hosts of other people are watching the live streaming of this session over YouTube. I welcome them all to this program. In keeping with the objective of this brainstorming session to make NIRM future ready, we seek words of advice from panelists on three topics: areas of future development, identification of crucial problems with the industry, prospects of joint collaborative projects with industry and academia. Kindly restrict your views within this domain. In the second session of this program, we shall compile and publish all the practicable suggestions of the eminent panelists in a cumulative volume, which will be circulated to all the stakeholders. I do hope the foresighted recommendations of the elite panel, as and when implemented, will help NIRM cross newer milestones in years to come, and we shall be able to etch our presence in the international arena. Thus, it will be able to set the destiny and directions of this institute in the days to come. In this way, NIRM will be able to showcase its achievement many-fold when similar national celebrations like Centenary Mahotsav of Azadi or our own Golden Jubilee celebrations are organized in futures. With this, I would like to conclude my words and like to hear words of wisdom from you all. Thank you once again. Thanks, everybody. I now request our director, Dr. Venkatesh, to say a few words about this program, brainstorming session.
Thank you, Dr. Jha. Am I audible?
Yes.
Dr. Jha, am I audible?
Yes, yes, you are audible.
Yeah. So once again, a formal welcome to you all. On behalf of the Ministry of Mines, Government of India, and the National Institute of Rock Mechanics, a warm welcome to you all to this brainstorming session. Now, as a matter of fact, most of the panelists and many of the people who are watching us on YouTube, they are part of the glorious journey of NIRM. Now, as Dr. Jha said, and as you people know, we have been there from 1988, and formally we started our research in 1990. And then it's almost 32 years, and we are marching ahead. And though we call this 75 years of Azadi Ka Amrut Mahotsav, this celebration is very important for not only to NIRM, because we are at the portal of 75 years and marching towards looking at the 100th year of the Azadi. Now, this 25 years shall be very crucial for the country and in particular to NIRM. So with this session, we are looking forward how we move forward with your guidance. The next 25 years, when we meet, when many of us, when the engineers here, scientists meet, when we celebrate the 100th year, we are looking forward that when we look back, that 75th year celebration has put the footprint and made the existence and growth in the nation building. Now, this cannot happen overnight. This cannot happen overnight. And let me tell you, this is because of the strong industry support, the love and affection from the industry, the academia. Let me tell you, the academia, call it NITs, IITs, or other colleges of state colleges, they have stood like rock behind NIRM. And the contemporary scientific organization, may it be SIMPER, may it be NGRI, may it be CSMRS, though I'm naming a few, CWPRS, many of them have worked in tandem with us, and then made it to happen. Now, what is this has happened? What has happened? 900 papers of quality to this scientific community. We have completed almost 1200 projects, a small group of 50 to 60 people continuously working for over 32 years and completing around 1200 projects and providing solutions to the industry. I think it's a commendable job that NIRM has done it. And it is appropriate that we celebrate this as an event. And I would like to share, because I have had this journey right from the beginning as scientist one, and today I am working with the team of NIRM, almost 32 years of my journey in NIRM. I feel that this it's a pride and a happy moment for me that the technical competence and commitment of NIRM scientists and staff has been and is unmatched and probably on par with global standards. This has enabled us to give a lot of engineering solutions, and the scientific culture, let me tell you, the out of the box looking at a problem of NIRM. My scientists, whenever I look at, they don't cut and paste or look at. Each project is looked upon as an individual entity. And I feel that this has made us to have a cultural shift that the scientific community provides out-of-box solutions, and this has been the backbone. And one more important thing which people say, adapting to change. Adapting to change is one thing, but let me tell you, NIRM has been rapidly aligning to rate of change. Rapidly aligning to rate of change. This is the success story with this NIRM. Now, why is that you are telling all these things in this Atmanirbhar Bharat 75 years of iconic? This is the journey that I tell that from the independence as an organizational, this is a big shift that NIRM has not only adapted to change, it has been rapidly aligning to rate of change. In conclusion, in my opinion, let me put forward thinking thinking has been the capital asset of this organization. Thinking has been the capital asset of this organization, and with this asset, NIRM has been providing time-bound, I underline time-bound, innovative engineering solutions to mining, energy, and infrastructure industry with regard to rock mechanics and rock engineering. I look forward to your suggestions and seek your guidance as NIRM moves forward in building the nation beyond the 75th year of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav to 100 years of our glorious Azadi. I am extremely thankful to the Ministry of Mines for their continued support to NIRM all through its existence, and also giving us an opportunity to organize this mega event on behalf of the Ministry of Mines under its iconic week Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav celebrations. I am thankful to all the expert panelists and the participants who are watching us live on YouTube. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Venkatesh. I now request our chief guest to say the opening remarks. We will first, before that, let me introduce the chief guest, Dr. V.R. Sastry. He is our chief guest for this session. He is Professor HAG from NIT Surathkal, and he brings in 39 years of teaching, research, and consultancy experience, and 29 years of administrative experience. He has been Vice Chancellor of the Baba Saheb Technical University, Maharashtra, member and of governing body, governing council of NIRM, board of review in CSIR, SIMPAR, member and alternate chairman, peer review committee, independent director, CMPDI, independent director, KIOCL, and member task force on MOU. He has guided 10 PhDs and 50 MTech research work projects, and he has handled R&D, 16 R&D projects. 206 consultancy projects have been completed by him. He has published 10 books and edited proceedings and books of 10 numbers, where he has 194 publications, including 75 in international journals. He is members of various professional bodies like Institutes of Engineers, Indian Society for Rock Mining and Tunneling Technology, Indian Society for Technical Education, Mining Engineers Association of India, and European Federation for Explosive Engineers. He has been awarded several awards like Luminary in Mining Education Award by CSIR SIMPAR in 2017, Dr. Aryan Prasad Gold Medal for Best Paper Published, Best Paper Award for Signal Processing, Hindustan Zinc Gold Medal Award for Best Paper, Dr. Aryan Prasad Gold Medal Award for Best Paper, and other awards by the Ministry of Environment and Forest. We are fortunate to have him in this session, and I welcome you, sir, and request you to please deliver your address as the chief guest for this program. Dr. Sastry, please. Dr. Sastry, please.
Am I audible?
Yes,
yeah.
You are audible.
Thank you, Dr. Jha, for your nice introduction about me. And first of all, I would like to convey my heartfelt regards to my guru, my mentor, and everything for us, Professor B.B. Dhar sir. And it's a great privilege for me to be denoted as chief guest in the presence of my teacher, Professor Dhar sir. On behalf of entire committee, I personally welcome you, sir, to this particular event. It's an honor for me. Dear colleagues, I think NIRM is doing an excellent job by organizing this particular event on the occasion of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav to formulate strategies in order to make our country really Atmanirbhar Bharat, as per the slogan given by our Honorable Prime Minister. Friends, I think another 3 hours or so we are going to be together. Therefore, I would like to communicate to you that we are all colleagues at least for 3 hours of time, exchanging ideas, and I am sure at the end of the day, we will come out with a particular document which really would be useful to the NIRM and also the Ministry of Mines in drawing the executive plan for the next couple of decades to come. Friends, recently, I think a couple of years back, our Honorable Prime Minister has given a slogan to us, rather mandate to us, that the Indian economy should reach $5 trillion by 24-25. This was in 2019. Unfortunately, we got bogged down for about a couple of years due to COVID, and it may get, it was redrawn for 26-27 onwards. Indian economy should become $5 trillion from the existing about $2.8, $2.9 trillion economy. And how this is possible. And Dr. Venkatesh has taken certain phrases like Atmanirbhar Bharat. Yeah, I think we need to become self-sustenance in every domain. When we talk about every domain, our role comes into picture in the domain of, say, mining, quarrying, and infrastructure industry, especially in some of other key areas like atomic energy and other things. But in general, these are the things. And if we see the investment we have, the contribution, investment versus contribution we have, I think as of today, Mr. Madhusudan and our Professor Darsar will agree that the contribution of mining industry, the rather share of mining industry is about 2.5%. How you can improve it is a big question. In order to help the nation to achieve $5 trillion economy, if we are able to increase it even by 0.5% in next 5 years of time to come, maybe 1% in next decade to come, I think that is going to be a very significant one. Of course, it comes with tremendous problems also we have to face. So we need to be self-sustaining as far as the technical knowledge and technical backup and technical know-how is concerned, which is the duty of NIRM, and we all will have to help NIRM. We all have to strengthen NIRM in that aspect. Next one is next major sector, which is a major chunk of our economy, is about 13%. As in, I think today, as on today, about 13% of our economy comes from infrastructure sector, which is going to, the investment is going to become about 35% in next 1 decade to come. 35% in next 1 decade to come, wherein NIRM will have to play a major role for the development of the nation. With next 1 decade, it is expected next 1 decade means by 26-27, our target is to reach $5 trillion. In next decade, at least it should reach $20 trillion. By that time, America, USA would reach $30 trillion. So we have to catch up. And once you plan for that $20 trillion, about $1.5, $1.7 trillion is going to be invested exclusively in infrastructure sector. Are we really prepared for that? 1 decade is not a big time. It's nothing. It's a very small period, 1 decade of time. But however, I would like to quote here, I think, mentioned by many of my gurus and all luminaries I'm seeing here, that yeah, very good foundation is laid on glorious past. I see a very positive note for NIRM on this. In this context, NIRM started way back about 34 years, has reached greater, surpassed greater milestones, as told by our director, Dr. Venkatesh. I think NIRM has handled plus 1,200 projects, and each project is of a unique dimension. It is unique dimension. It is not reputation. So they have been shooting the problems at every project. 1,200 project in 30 years or so. It's a really great achievement. I think this should become an international benchmarking also. Though we don't advertise it properly, I think it should be taken to international height, which I'm going to talk about in my presentation, rather in my discussion also as a member of the panel discussion. Next one is, I see, yeah, he talked about innovative. This is possible with innovativeness in each and every program. I just would like to read out the vision given by NIRM, which I was going through very keenly and word by word. Vision of NIRM says it should be a self-sustaining institute. Yeah, I think days are not far off. It will have to become a self-sustaining institute. I think proper foundation for that to meet the challenge has been laid by various directors and very vigorously pursued by our young, dynamic, energetic director, Dr. Venkatesh. there is no issue, and I don't really see a great problem for NIRM to sustain as an institute of its own with the blessings of the ministry. And what are the areas given? Rock mechanics, rock engineering, and allied departments or allied subject areas. I think NRM is there in every sector you name out, whether it is power, whether it is coal, whether it is underground mining, whether it is port sector or oil sector, everywhere it is there, about 8, 9, with properly and effectively supported 9 departments who are doing a really good job, I think, which is the strength of the department. When it comes to next statement, special emphasis on ability, I think quality, you have quality, otherwise people would not call you, which is very much proved. Innovation. I think when we talk about innovation, you have been doing the work. I think NRM has been doing the work, but in the present day, we need to convert this innovation into commercial aspect if we have to sustain as an institute of our own. So wherein it requires more and more patenting. That is, I think this is an area needs to be looked into. And professional competency, NRM is absolutely no doubt and second thought to talk about it. And skill development. This is the era of skill development, wherein Honorable Prime Minister is very much keen to have skill development across the country at various levels to make our nation real Atmanirbhar Bharat India, Atmanirbhar Bharat Desh. So here I think NRM needs to, because having developed so much technology, technical know-how, and having wonderful team members, I think this is an area where you need to get tie-ups with industry and other organizations and run these programs wherein you create a huge base in the country to tackle various problems. It need not be a real expertise. It can be just create awareness so that the person appreciates the problem and then approaches an appropriate institution like NIRM in the future years to come. I think these are some of the ideas I have. And next one is, as an academician involved in administration also for some time, I feel we need to look into the new National Education Policy, NEP 2020 enacted, which really stresses on type in the industry. And we have an example here, like Professor Rajamani, Mr. Rajamani, serving the industry for very, very long, has now come back to the institution and has become a professor to give away whatever knowledge he has acquired in his life to the benefit of the students. I think these activities, this is just only a very rare example we see in the country. Lot needs to be done. I think wherein NIRM can think of in this direction, where you have institutions like JKMRC Australia, one of the best examples in the world you have, where it is totally attached to a university, and JKMRC, a consultancy research organization, designating their employees as professors and then doing a lot of research work for the benefit of the industry. And you have another glaring example in the world is Norwegian Geotechnical Institute. It's a wonderful institute which is having tremendous tie with the industry and academia. I think these are there are many examples. I think some of my colleagues must be knowing all these things, but for the benefit of some of the honorable members sitting here, I'm just bringing only a couple of examples wherein I think we need to adopt, and definitely we can adopt such positive aspects from foreign research organizations, wherein NIRM slowly becomes a part of academic field as well, thereby improving the utilization factor of the huge infrastructure you have generated over 3 decades of time, and also giving away above everything the dissemination of knowledge acquired by top scientists like Dr. Venkatesh, Dr. Jha, Dr. Sripad, and so many others are there for the benefit of the next generation. This is how I feel we need to think of about NIRM and build this as a separate, dedicated skill development center within NIRM for the benefit of the society in order to make our nation a real Atmanirbhar Bharat, which will sustain us, okay, at least next 25 years, and we will definitely, whether we are here or not on this planet in our honorable great nation, at least India celebrates 100th year in a very big way, and then maybe we surpass countries like definitely China in the years to come in technical domains and economically as well, and catch up with this country like United States of America. And I must congratulate Dr. Venkatesh, especially, and his team members for taking up this particular brainstorming session, bringing in people from industry, people from research organizations and academia together, and having a dedicated session to check out the strategy for going ahead and establishing NIRM in giving a new direction to NIRM in next couple of decades to come for serving the glorious nation. Thank you very much, Dr. Venkatesh and team members, for giving me this opportunity to just open up this particular brainstorming session. And then I'm sure I'm seeing luminaries coming from different sectors, and they will contribute quite significantly for the benefit of the organization and then by for the nation. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
I now request our guest of honor, Professor Dhar, to say a few words about this session before I move on to the next session.
Okay, gentlemen, I love to call you my dear participants. Also,
obviously, sir.
no, I mean, older ones are dearer, new ones are dear. So I think you're all a mix of gathering, and practically knowing every one of you. I was happy to see Rajamani today. Long back, I remember he was made a professor in one of those big institutions in Rajasthan, but he preferred to do that. I would say that one of the unique online meeting of experts, academia, industry, and research. This has been a pure theory in this country. सारे प्रोफेसर शर्मा वगैरह सब जानते होंगे, हम लोग कहते हैं एकेडमी इंडस्ट्री बहुत होना चाहिए, कभी होता नहीं है. It has we can't even join academia and industry, forget about the other research people. So this has been a very drawback. Maybe ISM can boast it, but again, a one man will come and speak. Not that there will be a 10 experts or anything. Neither they will tolerate the academia nor academia will tolerate them. So these are different things which I have realized all these years. But we do talk about these things in a big way. We have been talking. वो होना चाहिए मगर होता कभी नहीं. So I must congratulate Venkatesh Jha and his team that they have at least put online these three together. They are three giants of this country. Academia is the biggest giant. Unko, since I belong to all the three of you, because not actually the industry, but उनको लगता है कि हम बहुत बड़े तोफ हैं. Nobody knows beyond me. This is a fact. They always think it. Murthy, am I right or wrong? No, it's very difficult for you to say yes or no, but it is a fact. Now, industry people, things have changed. Earlier, when they used to come, I remember in VSU, an industry expert would come from, he is the manager of such and such mine. The fellow would not talk a word beyond that by particular mine. After Coal India and nationalization, things have changed. They will talk about expertise of that particular mine. And then our poor students will get bogged down because he would ask them question about that mine. If that fellow has not taken training, so that was, I'm telling you some of the weaknesses. And so this kind of effort, whether it is through Mahotsav, whether it is through Ministry of Mines, or ultimately the institute which is doing it, putting these three people together, make it an event. You really made an event, a history. Shastri, have we seen such a gathering before? Never. We never have seen it. Even Madhusudan is he's very much associated with the Mining Engineer Association of India. And before I forget, I would like to compliment Madhusudan on this document he gave me the other day. He had come to Delhi. He gave me this. This says a special issue 2022 Mining Engineer Association of India. Now, I must tell you, documents come and go. I have a problem to even, but this document, when I turned the pages, I found it's virtually a small history of Mining Engineer Association of India. I don't think we ever had a document. Venkatesh, I would like you to have a look at it seriously. Produce something similar. Of course, you get a lot of pictures. Something similar handy. So that, if you want to have an expert in rock making, you turn the page and find that this is the tunneling man. Find out like this is this. So, some kind of things you can see. See, I mean, maybe that I'm talking too much about it. I should not have been, because neither I'm president nor I'm secretary. But since he gave it to me that day, this copy, when I brought it home, I found that it was very interesting, very informative, and even the looks of it. I don't know how many of you can see it. It's beautifully done, very beautifully done. His face is also so you can keep it this in mind. Now coming to other things, the reality that you brought, Venkatesh, I must say, with the help of Shahji and all these people, आज तक ऐसा हुआ नहीं है. अब आगे होगा कि नहीं, I do not know. Thanks to everybody, including the ministry, they pushed you. But the question is that 60 lectures series that Venkatesh started, that means the institute had the potential of bringing people together. Today you are there only because of that. And since he brought you together, you also felt comfortable. Or there's another thing, since I don't have to be, I'm not sitting by your side, so I can't do anything. I can only say through, and you can only hear. And whatever you can say loudly. If you don't like it, efficiency, water flows from top. Efficiency also flows from top. The third thing I will not name also flows from top. It doesn't flow from bottom. I've experienced these, all the three things. If a director is interested in delivering, if a vice chancellor is interested in delivering, if a head of the department of small is interested in delivering, they can deliver, provided they want to deliver. Sanjay Sharma, he has been had. Unfortunate part is that we have these short periods. उसमें बहुत कुछ ज़्यादा होती है, तभी whatever is possible they do it, and that is a very good thing, and I appreciate it. I don't. I happened to join you, I think, by accident. Got a message yesterday, and I just reacted back casually, and then I think it came down to me heavily, so I had to lose my sleep also. I must say that people here like Shastri, Sharma, Rajamani, Murthy, Madhusudan, and Kumar, and all these people have such an insight of the systems working in this India. And if you cannot do good, I don't think he has another Jah. We have another Jah like him in the country. Hey, they are now real subject experts. I have a small suggestion. It may be out of place. We have nowhere certain dimensions of a concrete wall versus a brick wall and versus a ordinary wall. This area needs research. I'll tell you why. Most of these, see, you are not a people directly. Most of the accidents that take place in colonies, collapse of these houses. Yesterday also in Delhi, 2 days back, a big collapse. 10 आदमी बेचारे मर गए. Wall fell, and that too of a big go down. So there are no standard procedures. I don't know if your institute is in a position to do this. कुछ तो इसमें कुछ करना चाहिए, so that there are guidelines that this wall should have this bare minimum, this wall type of should have this brick wall should have this, concrete wall should have this, concrete with iron bars and things. कुछ ऐसा होना चाहिए अगर आप if you people think it's proper. And another thing is this, with the recent accident of Amarnath Yatra के, कुछ तो उन पहाड़ों के ऊपर तो आप लोगों को भी ध्यान देना पड़ेगा. LG has asked the GSI to, I think, Survey of India GSI to give the digital map. But you know, all those are tertiary mountains, they will come down. कुछ उसके लिए भी something, this is the time, because that is, it's the whole country, it's the whole world. Well, lakhs of people keep on going, and first time such a thing is happening. So if you can just in some corner of the institute, Venkatesh and Jay and all these people take this issue, okay, that what you can do in such areas, and keeping Amarnath accident in focus. I think it will not only help you to advertise, it will help you also that you are interested in this calamity that has taken place in the country, first time of this magnitude. So if you can do that, that would be very nice. I have nothing else to say except best man always sells the best things, and best scientists and academicians should sell the best technology, not the ordinary technology. People should come to you because you are an expert, not you should. The time should come that you don't have to go to the people. अब उसको वेंकटेश को लाइन लगी रहती है लोगों की, इस टनल वालों की. He has become a tunnel expert. Your institute has become a tunnel expert. So Shastri hai, blasting, all these people, Murthy hai, all these have people there. So people should rush and come to you. That भैया हमारी ये problem solve करो. This is what the standard should be, and I think it's coming up there. And it will continue to be so. I think I have nothing more to say. All wish you all the best. I will see if how long I can keep on hanging around, but otherwise I'm still here around. All the best, the coordinators and the participants, and those who I cannot see. Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you, sir. We have taken note of your suggestion and we will carry it forward to the coming sessions. I now move out to the session A. And
There seems some audio problem at your end.
hello, am I audible now?
Yes, yes.
Now I move into the next session, that is words from industry and academia. To begin with, I call persons from industry who are online now to say words of wisdom where the NIRM should proceed in days to come. So I now request Mr. MC Burman, Associate Director, Civil from NPCIL Mumbai, to say his opinion about the activities of NIRM and the future work areas. Mr. Burman, please. Hello.
I am audible now?
Yes, you are audible.
Yes. Okay. Good morning. Good morning to all of you, the participant, the panelist, and the academician and the other people. Thank you, Dr. Jha, for your kind words, and Dr. Venkatesh and the whole NIRM team for organizing this brainstorming session.
And on behalf of Nuclear Power Corporation of India, DAE, I convey my sincere gratitude for inviting me to this program. In my short brief note, I will present or speak few items. That is, before going to NRM strength and the future development is to be done. Brief status of and future expansion plan of Nuclear Power Corporation. Challenges or activities nuclear power plants is required to be done. Works carried out by NIRM for Nuclear Power Corporation and other DAE units. And the last one, words of advice to make NIRM future ready. NPCL under Department of Atomic Energy DAE is associated with site selection, site evaluation, design, construction, operation and maintenance, decommissioning of nuclear power plants. All these activities are performed as per the relevant codes, guides, and a requirement of regulatory body. It is Atomic Energy Regulatory Board, AERB, and other statutory central state government requirements. It is to be noted that DAE have more than 30 government organizations under DAE, and NPCL is the power division which produces green and safe power for the nation. At present, NPCL have 22 reactors under operation at full power, and 12 reactors are under different stages of construction, starting some are in the excavation state, some are in the synchronization stage, and few will be shortly dedicated to the nation. 8 numbers reactors accorded sanction of Government of India, and another 5 sites are identified for future expansion. For these new 5 sites, there will be 28 reactors, and mostly few of them will be imported reactors from France, Russia. Now, to select the site for nuclear power plants establishment and to design the structures, there is a big challenge. One of the major criteria is evaluating the suitability of site for locating nuclear power facilities is the impact of natural and human-induced external events on the facility. External events means earthquake, storm surge, tsunami, flooding, landslides. Also, to mitigate, NPCL has to mitigate at all stages emergency preparedness, quality assurance, stipulations, clearance from the statutory bodies, such as
2 मीटर रुके.
Major issues for selection and design of building structure systems and components of nuclear power plants or nuclear power establishment are mainly related to seismotechnical study and geotechnical investigations. Now, among them, earthquake falls among the major unexpected calamity, and this study requires huge time and effort. At least for our one new site, it will take 5 to 6-7 years. Identifying potential sources is the primary requirement for any site evaluation for nuclear power plant. As per AERB guidelines, there should not be any active or capable faults within 5 kilometers of reactor centers. This is called rejection criteria. Now, seismic studies are carried out to evaluate the site against rejection criteria, as well as to derive the site-specific design basis ground motion (DBGM), which is used to design earthquake resistance, building, system, structures, and components for safe shutdown earthquake, as well as operating basis earthquake that is required for during construction, operation, and decommissioning stages also. Now, this seismic studies comprises 300 kilometer desktop studies with available literature such as satellite maps, earthquake data, and other published literature. Then 5 kilometer and 50 kilometer among this 300 kilometer from this reactor center radius is to be thorough field investigation or ground truth verification is to be carried out to confirm the earthquake events or geological features. Now, subsequently, MEQ, micro earthquake stations, are also to be built up for monitoring the stability of the site around 100 kilometers. These studies are to be carried out land as well as offshore area where for this coastal site, because seismicity, it will, when it is land occurring, in the sea also it may occur. This offshore seismic study, especially shallow water 2D seismic study near the shore, where depth of water variation is 0 meter to 10 meter, it's a difficult task. And it is a great concern, and which is mandatorily required for siting clearance or qualify the site against rejection criteria. Then another study, main study is geotechnical investigation, which is required for soil liquefaction test and derive the engineering parameters required for designing the civil structures. Now I will come to the works carried out by NIRM. First job we have given to NIRM in 2009, and 2009 to till date, during this 13 years period, NIRM has carried out about 2 dozen of work, 23 or 22 works for NPCL as well as other DOE units. And these jobs are carried out.
Sir, may I
mainly by
request you to conclude in 2 minutes, sir?
Yeah. But I have come to the last part. Now this seismotechnical department around 16 studies, engineering geological department, another 6 studies. So my suggestions would be for that NIRM, the future development from nuclear power plant siting and design consideration, micro earthquake studies, augmentation of manpower, support for DA and other units for more studies on priority basis, establishing laboratories, and identification of procedure problems, challenges in field investigation, 2D, 3D seismotectonic studies, and offshore shallow water 2D seismic studies. And already we are giving works to NIRM on nomination basis. I think otherwise we can sign MOU also. So that is from my side. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burman. I now call upon the next industry representative, Mr. Madhusudana from MSPL, to say a few words about the future activities of the institute. May I request you to please conclude within the 5 to 7 minutes.
Good morning, sir. Thank you, Ajay sir.
Morning.
Respected Sri Professor Dhar sir, respected Venkatesh sir, and Jha sir and NIRM team, my colleagues, today's industry and academy panelists. Welcome to this today's NIRM brainstorming session. Actually, I'm very much thankful to the NIRM for giving this opportunity to give my views in front of all and from the industry side. And by seeing this, actually NIRM is doing a very specialized activities like Venkatesh sir was mentioning, around 1200 projects they have done. It is a great job. And however, as change is always required, and even some of the improvements is always required. That's why he has arranged this meeting, and it is a good that he has combining of both industry and academia and other research scholars, and it is a very, very important meeting for the future of NIRM as well as the industry. By seeing this present scenario and future mining sector requirements and other infrastructure requirements, I feel I wanted to give maybe around 5 or 6 inputs, which partially maybe NIRM may be already doing it, but however, I feel some of the important inputs I wanted to give. And Nowadays, a lot of accidents on slope failures are happening in minor mineral sector as well as in metal sector as well as in coal sector. And if you see the minor minerals, most of the quarries, especially building stones, are you able to hear, sir?
Yes,
Yes, we are able to hear.
Yes.
Especially building stones and marbles and granites, they are working like a unorganized sector. And other metal and coal mines, they are working, but in a big way. They are going for MDPs. You see, these are all happening, and it is majorly affecting at operation level. And most of the blocks have reached the greater depths and high walls. This is also one of the reason we have to give a more concern about these slope failures. They prefer local consultancy for their requirements, as NIRM is not so easily accessible. That's what industry says. Either maybe the cost wise or maybe resource wise. That's what industry having a feeling. NIRM, I feel NIRM may approach either government or associations of medium-sized technical organizations to conduct a cluster-wise study, especially in respect of slope stability and optimizing the bench parameters and also design of the pit slopes. They may also recommend safety measures or type of control measures for individual blocks to adopt by such firms for safe and sustainable mining as on today. And also I request NIRM can empanel a medium-sized organizations or technical organization for their study under their guidelines. Why? Because industry is growing very much. NIRM may be having a resource wise, maybe having some difficulties, so that they can take the other organizations as a panel wise or under their guidelines they can work out. This is the one first important input I wanted to give. And the other input is, in the recent past, carrying out mining activities has become a very difficult task, as locals or stakeholders have always complained about blasting activities. Presently, NIRM is conducting already studies in such areas. In this case, I suggest such kinds of studies to be conducted before such blocks going for the auction, so that a new lessee, which is during auction when they are going to purchase, will have a recommendation from the NIRM to follow and also document to convince the locals or stakeholders about their actual impact. The similar studies may also be conducted for the existing operation blocks wherever issues are raging out by the locals and stakeholders. This is one more input I wanted to give. Now, one more input. See, as on today, industry is facing a problem of blasting activities. Issues of locals like a vibration is more, air blast. It may be true issue, but some people may be feeling a threat for them is a blasting activity. And one more point is slope stability. Lack of idea with respect to monitoring tools and methodology is also an issue in the industry, and management of dump. Along with the studies being conducted by the NRM, there is a need to conduct regular workshops or training sessions or some technical brainstorms like today in association with Mining Engineers Association or some other association in India, to provide a regular updates about the various best practices and control techniques being implemented across the country or globe. This also is a very important. This kind of workshops, training sessions will develop a good relationship, a close association with the industry, NIRM and other researchers. This sector also will be able to access, interact with NIRM. That is easy. because of conducting of training and workshops, you are going nearer to the industry. That's what I feel. Further, management will be able to approach for the NIRM regarding mine specific studies also if they want. To do this, you can make a MOU or a mutual agreement shall be made, keeping a long-term association in mind. That is also one more input I wanted to give. And one more, see, a development of tool, a software for blasting and slope stability activities. This is also very important input I wanted to stress. See, digitalization is a very, very important as on today, is required and promoted in the recent days to have an efficient output and real-time monitoring, optimization of resources, etc. In this regard, I suggest to develop softwares considering Indian mining where geology and area-wise characteristics, considering a local restrictions like villages, archaeological monuments, eco-sensitive zones are dynamic. Further, NIRM experts with a vast and diversified knowledge should develop this module under Make in India by taking a few industry experts having a greater field experience. This software or tool should be developed in such a way that it caters the field requirement to get a proper blast design, control of relax, reduce the vibration, and also real-time monitoring of slope management as well as blasting activity. This can be done through collaboration of industry and also NIRM. As you know, one SEPMIS is SEPMIS KMREC in Karnataka. KMREC is implementing a lot of good railway lines, construction of roads, irrigation projects, and drinking water facilities and infrastructure works for the nearby mining areas. So NIRM also can go forward and take a technical consultancy for this type of works so that you can include in the KMREC requirements. So one more point our Shastri sir was telling, this is also very important. Various business schools, reputed management institutes providing courses which will be for a period of 6 months or 1 year. Most of the working professionals opt for these courses for their skill enhancement, also for better job opportunities. Previously, we were seeing only safety officer. Nowadays, we have gone to the environmental office. Again, one more is further step, we have to go for the rock mechanics, rock mechanism, how we have to approach towards the dump management and slope stability. For this, NIRM should come up with a course which will benefit to the field people or people from the academic background. This initiative will help in enhancing of skills and also helps get the latest technologies. NIRM should also provide certificate which will be one of the recognition for the individuals. This course should include a theoretical and practical classes also, on-site training if required. The course duration may be planned 2 to 3 months or 3 to 6 months or depend upon the requirement of the course with the industry. This is also very important input as per my insight. As you know,
sir, please conclude.
One more point is reserves because of roads, because of public buildings, mineral reserves are blocking in working areas. We are wasting the minerals which are available, but failing to conserve it. Under such circumstances, NRM should take up studies cluster-wise or mine-wise. See, cluster-wise, if you take, you can give some norms to the cluster-wise. Or mine-wise specific you want, that also you can give. Recommend the modalities and mitigation measures to extract minimum resources, maximum resources by reducing the blockage of resources. That's what the aim. It is a huge task to conduct such activities by NRM alone. That's why I request medium technical organization with experts can be selected as a partner or NPanel or MOU for ease of doing this type of activities to suit to the industry. This is also the students who are there in the final year can be utilized for such activities as an internship. It will be useful for the internship for the students as well as NIRM or association can benefit through reduce their manpower also. Is it technically you are improving the students? That's what one more input. And the last, NIRM also can concentrate in other infrastructure industry like how KMRC is doing in Karnataka. Such areas also you can go and you can take those works. With this, I hope NIRM will take these points and take a positive steps towards betterment of industry as well as nation. I very much thankful to NIRM. I am very much thankful to NIRM for giving this opportunity. And thank you. With these few inputs, I will conclude my views. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, sir. I will take forward your words. Session 2, we will discuss again. Now I call upon Mr. Rajiv Ranjan from NTPC to say a few words. He brings in the geological test in this group.
Thank you, Prakash. Good morning to all participants, panelists from industry and academia, and thanks to NRI team and management for giving me the opportunity to share my views on this brainstorming session. I am working right now in NTPC hydro project at Rammam in West Bengal. So my point is focused on the hydro project, particularly in tunneling. As we know that we are doing geological mapping for site selection of hydro project, but because of the terrain constraint and approach to geological exposure in Himalayan region, some geophysical techniques should also be standardized to substantiate the geological mapping, which will also enable to capture more geological details for site selection of hydro project. As we are aware, in India, we have a potential to develop 1045 megawatt hydropower project. Right now, we are having around 45,000 megawatt project. And in last 10 years, we have added only 10,000 megawatt project. So for site selection, this aspect of geological mapping, in addition to the geophysical survey, is required. And for that, I request NRIM to look into that and think for that and to standardize this aspect of mapping. Second point, what we face while progressing in the tunnel, we are simply doing blasting and proceeding. So for that, my suggestion is we can go for the horizontal core drilling at least for 50 to 80 meters length. And from that core, we can develop some numerical model for tunnel support. This will also enable us for proper resource planning and risk-free execution. The third point is the identification and characterization of the local water-bearing zones intersecting the tunnel and their control measures through geophysical techniques. It is better if such techniques would be standardized for tunneling. While progressing in tunnel, we find lot of water ingress, which is unexpected while progressing the tunnel. So sometimes it is very difficult to handle this water. So if such geophysical techniques or any other method which can give us the water body, presence of the water body in the tunnel alignment, it will be better for the industry. The fourth point is the instrumentation technique for early detection of the rock mass deformation and tunnel collapse in already excavated tunnels. This is very much required because in general tunnel have the same entry and exit route, which will enable us to avoid tunnel collapse and loss of manpower and machinery. Recently, we have observed in our tunnel, there was a collapse while proceeding the face just behind 10 meters from the face. Fortunately, there was no casualty in the tunnel, and there was a lot of man hours losses and the resource loss. So this is very much required for the industry to handle such thing for developing the tunnel in the hydro project. The last point is prediction of surface subsidence through IT-enabled techniques for underground mining to minimize the losses of life and the surface infrastructure. These 5 points are based on our experience, and I request NIRM to look into all the points which we have pointed out in this session. We have people from academics, they can also give thought to that, and with the latest development and the research, they can add value to this thing. Once again, I thank to NRIM team, and thanks to my friend Mr. Jha. Thanks a lot. Dhanyavad.
Thank you, Mr. Rajiv. I will take forward
Dr. Jha,
session 2.
just one point. I think Rajiv Ranjan Saab has really mentioned very precisely in the time allotted. It would be great for every one of us, including me also, if we stick to the time and just be clear about the points we have to mention instead of making it a general. That will benefit every one of us sitting here. And I think a score of viewers are there watching this program on YouTube, so that we timely maintain the time as well as crisply we get into the point for discussion. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank
yes.
you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Sastry. Thank you.
I now call upon Professor Salivahan, Director, Indian Institute of Petroleum and Energy, Visakhapatnam, to say a few words about the activities, future activities. He brings in the geophysics phase of the rock mechanics in this group. Let us hear from him. Professor Salivahan, please.
Good morning, all of you. First of all, I want to start on a lighter note that I'm joining as the name Sarita because it's not my wife's name, but because my system is not working, so I've joined, and that brought some smile on Dr. Jha's face. So I'm coming as Sarita's name, despite being Shalivahan. Right. The other thing, so when we talk about near surface geophysics, if you talk about the three domains, the shallow near surface geophysics, the moderate depth and a deep depth, the people who practice near surface geophysics, they are always on threat. In the sense, they have to be very, very precise as possible, because they have to, every time it is to be proved whether there is a cave is there, cavity is there, or a deposit is there. So that's a challenge for them, and that gives them more of an opportunity to them. Yeah, regarding this, then what happens basically that you have got a hell bunch of data set with you, because you acquire data at a very small spacing, so you have got a hell bunch of data set with you. And when you have a large volume of data, then it brings more interesting facts to you. So a couple of things which NRM should bring in, keeping these in mind, is that they should try to integrate geophysical methods, because all methods do not have the same resolution. So if they can give a marriage to X method to Y method, then their estimate increases. The second thing which comes up is that when you're having a high volume of data, then you can try to bring in AI ML technique in that. And that really brings in because that's the thing where the industry is moving, the world is moving, and there are a lot of opportunities for that. So we can think of trying to bring in AI ML technique to that. The other advantage which when you do a near surface geophysics is that you can take a measurement on in situ, because the drill cores are available. You can make a measurement in these in situ measurement can be made. So now what happens? You have a couple of geophysical methods, and then you have got petrophysics done on the cores, which is available. And now what you try to do, you try to integrate these. And then when you try to integrate this, so your accuracy obviously increases. So another take could be integrating geophysical methods with bringing petrophysics. The third thing which I'll recommend is, because generally they try to do it in an area where you have got a lot of noise. Now there are two things to be looked into it. That what could be a processing techniques which can improve the signal plus noise ratio, and the other thing is that can this noise act as a source, and can they be used as a source, and then this could help me understanding the Mother Earth. So they should look into the signal processing part, and the other thing they should look at, can this noise which in some of the geophysical technique they use ambient noise tomography, they do it, but can it be done at that depth? That has to be looked into it. The another part which I personally feel should be done, we talk about smart city, right? And I personally feel that we are talking more, when we talk about smart city, we talk more about a chip city, not a smart city as such. If you see the Berlin, the new Berlin, what you see, it has been developed on base of geophysical methods only. So NRM coming out of this, they can play a pivotal role, and they can think of going to Urban Development Ministry, and they can think of planning, doing some survey for planning a smart city in real sense smart, not in sense of chip city. And the last point which I'll try to bring in is that day before yesterday, I was in ministry. There is a talk is going on capacity building. And when I was talking to my ministry, there is a talk is there that the bureaucrats should be trained. Not only the executive development program goes for the industry or the academic professionals, the bureaucrats should be trained. And what I understand from the capacity building commission, they are going to come with some document early next week. So I'll request NRM team MRM to also provide training to bureaucrats. Then that what happens that gives us a larger basket, larger domain, and where the things can move very easily for us. The last two statements which I'll make is that we are talking now of Atmanirbhar Bharat, and if you see this vision document of NRM, it talked about self-reliance when it came. So that's the difference what they're playing. And everyone understands geophysics, everyone understands the depth of knowledge, and geophysics is the knowledge of depth. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sullivan. It was very nice, and what we have brought out, the new things, we have taken note. We will carry forward to session 2. Thank you once again.
Sir, I just take excuse because as I will have to have a flight, so I'll just take excuse, sir.
Okay.
Thanks a lot, sir.
Carry on, please. I now call upon Dr. Kapil, Executive Director, NHPC, to say a few words about future activities of the Institute. Dr. Kapil, please.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello.
Yes, you are audible. Yes.
Yeah. Sorry, actually, I just missed it. good morning to all of you. And first of all, I would like to thank Director NIRM and Dr. P.C. Jha for inviting me for this very important session, which will be helpful for the industry as well as for the academia also. Like I am coming from this hydropower industry, and we have already discussed some people, they have raised some question about the hydropower industry. So what I have seen for the past 36 years of my work in hydropower, the basic challenge is that we are facing always, whatever hydropower we are building, maximum time the hydropower is delayed because of the tunneling problems, and sometimes there may be some problems in the dam. So I would request NIRM that we should concentrate that what are the basic problems in the tunneling. And like Rajiv Ranjanji told that in tunneling, presently what is happening, that whatever tunneling or whatever things we are doing some geological mapping, and most of the times some alignments, they are not at all approach, no approach is there, so we do not have much idea about those, and whatever is visible on the surface or nearby some nalas or some road cuts, the data is collected and it is projected at the tunnel grade. Sometimes this is away from 10 kilometer, 12 kilometer, or even 1.5 kilometer, like that. So this data is generally, it doesn't give much idea. So geophysics can give you some data after measurements. So what we can do, like what we are doing in NHPC, wherever we have the shallow depth, like suppose 300, 400 meter, we are using geophysical techniques. Particularly, we are using resistivity imaging, and it is giving wonderful results. And another thing that NIRM can concentrate, that you can also now this airborne electromagnetic survey is also coming up in a very big way. So NIRM can think to move towards that, because this is the only technology available where you can find out the details about the subsurface conditions, and it can provide you 500, 600 meter depth penetration, although some people are claiming more, but in my opinion, at least we can go up to 700, 800 meter. And sometimes people think that my tunnel is at a level of around 1.5 kilometer or even more than that. Even if you have the data, precise data up to 700 meter, then you can make the projections up to the tunnel grade, and your geological mapping of the tunnel will improve a lot. I was going through the this souvenir which was sent by Mr. Jha, and I could notice that they are using some resistivity survey, some profiling, and some other things. And imaging, I have not seen. Maybe I may not be correct. I don't know. I don't know if they are not doing resistivity imaging. So I think you should shift now, because this ordinary resistivity survey is of no value now, because you have the imaging, resistivity imaging. It is a very wonderful technology derived from the resistivity survey, and it gives you a very precise value of information. Now, even generally people are doing it in a 2D, but I request that you should work in 3D. But like, although working in 3D is very difficult, but what you can do, you can have parallel lines, resistivity lines, and then some people call it pseudo 3D, some people call it 2.5D, like that. So because all our geological structures, they are 3D based, so we should concentrate over that. Another thing that there is a very big problem, like Mr. Rajiv Ranjan told, that when we are working in a tunnel, so we do not have much idea what is expected next. So in NHPC, we are using this. There is another technology, tunnel seismic prediction, and this we are using very in a very systematic way. Almost every 150 years, we are repeating, and we are getting valuable data. So it is a new technology. So you should also try to go in that area, because this is the only technology available. And this tunnel seismic prediction, generally there are other technology also. There is one beam technology is there. This is based on the resistivity, but that doesn't give much good. That is only applicable up to this very smaller penetration depth. So you can concentrate over that. The another thing is that this regarding many people concentrated about this slope stability issues. Definitely, it is a very big issue. Like in landslides also, slope stability, landslides, all these are the same problem. So, and what I have seen in most of the cases, that we are doing very precise slope stability analysis, but we do not know much about the material characteristics. So geophysics can help in that. And whatever you are doing any slope stability or landslide analysis, you should use this near surface geophysics, particularly the seismic and resistivity both. And you should find out the complete geometry of the slope. And if you have the perfect geometry of the slope, then your stability analysis will be close to the reality. You need not to do big like drilling. Some people will recommend drilling and other things. I think geophysics can give you, because for the last 10-15 years, there is a lot of development in the hardware and software technology in geophysics, and it has totally changed the scenario. But only thing, and another thing I would request, that wherever you work, you try to compare your results. After you just whatever project you are taking, after giving your report, then you try to get the actual confirmation, actual data from the industry wherever you have done, and try to compare, and then try to analyze where we have gone wrong, because there are many problems in geophysics, particularly that most of the people they do not understand about the details of the processing and how we should interpret the results. Another thing I would request, that generally what is happening in the industry or in every area, that a geophysicist, he is not having much knowledge about the geology. Similarly, a geologist is not having any knowledge about the geophysics. So a geophysicist should have the knowledge about the geology. They should read the geology, and similarly, the geologist also, they should read the geophysics, that how it can be helpful to us. So those things I think will be helpful, and other areas NIRM is doing good work. And another thing, this NIRM is doing, like you are working a lot in hydrofracturing and in situ stress measurement. So we have also worked like you have this world stress map. So wherever you work, so you try to correlate your data with the world stress map also, and then also try that how you can help the industry in a fast manner. Because in our project, what we are doing, we are trying to align our K1 and other things based on the world stress map, and then we are taking the measurement, and generally we are finding that the data which is coming almost matches. So these are my suggestions, and I am again thankful to NIRM for giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I have taken note of your suggestion. And to clarify, we do resistivity imaging up to 80 meter, and it is not reported in the process, but we do it. Thank you. Now I call upon Dr. Kumar Pichumani, Regional Director, IACOM, Chennai, to say a few words about the future activities of NIRM.
Good afternoon.
May I request all of you to switch on the camera? We will take a snap of that this report submission.
Shall I wait or shall I start?
Here is Director.
You can continue. We will take the snap.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Jha. Thank you, Dr. Venkatesh, for inviting me into this brainstorming session. It's always a pleasure, as I have already told you earlier. So now I don't have anything in writing. I'll just put my thoughts. I am from the civil engineering industry, more towards the infrastructure industry. There is one very, very important problem that has never been addressed. That is, when you talk about RMR and Q values, you think the whole history is known, how to put the supports, what you need to do, all this is known. But when you come to piling industry, piling in rock, it is a big black hole. What equipment to be used in what type of rock becomes a big question. So there has to be a number. You may call it pile driving number or pile penetration number, any number you call, but there has to be a number. That number should be like RMR, varying from 1 to 100. 1 is soil, 100 is hard rock or intact rock. If I have that number, I will know which equipment to use. I am facing this problem in almost every site. I think other industries, other people who are here, industrialists who are into the piling industry will agree with me that the moment the contractor will say, साहब वो 0.5 D चला गया, 1 मीटर चला गया, हमारा अभी नहीं हो रहा है, all my teeth is breaking, or my equipment will break, or they will show rotation just on the surface of the rock for 2 hours and say that my penetration is gone. All this is again related to quoting what they quote. They will quote high in soil, they will quote low in rock, so that tomorrow they can tell that what you did in your investigation was wrong, my equipment is correct. All these problems are coming up because we don't have any number. Everybody talks only about UCS. UCS 50 hai, Bauer BG 45 le lo. This is the concept that is happening at site. Everybody knows that it is not only UCS that matters. There are so many factors that matter. What mineralogy, whether it is a igneous rock, whether it is sedimentary rock, what is the core recovery, what is the RQD, how much of, what is the equipment bit you are using, what is the attrition. All people know better. I don't know much about all this. But this is a true problem which we are facing. Point number 1. If you people can start work, you need a lot of data. For that data, you will have to send people to site. And there are a lot of piling works going on all around. Bangalore is full of rock. Bangalore rock is different from Chennai rock. Even then, everybody will quote the same or the similar type of equipment. So this is one basic research in rock mechanics which NIRM can focus on. I have been trying to tell everybody, people are not working. Now I have started working on my own, but I cannot do things alone. I want big support like IITs and NIRM. People can work together, put things together. Again, artificial intelligence and various things you can put into it and find out which is the factor that is most governing. Okay, this is one point. Second point, coming to TBM tunneling. Volume loss. Volume loss is still under assumption. 0.2%, 0.25%, 0.5%. Everything goes on assumption. But what is actually the volume loss, we do not know. So this volume loss again depends on what type of strata you are cutting through. If NIRM can start working on this and come up with some guidelines that if the rock strata is in this formation and the rock overlain by soil of this type, then this will be the volume loss. If the whole thing is rock, this will be the volume loss. If the soil TPM is cutting only through soil, this will be the volume loss. This is another area, volume loss. Then when the TPM cuts through the station, that is break in or break out, there is settlement happening on the surface. And we all know this tunnel is in the center of the road, buildings are nearby. So we face a lot of problems in identifying or calculating what the settlement is. If NIRM can work on this, it will be a great issue, because again it is cutting through a diaphragm wall, and diaphragm wall may be 1 meter thick, 1.2 meter thick, and the topsoil matters, but this is cutting through concrete as well as rock. It has come through rock and cutting through concrete, or it has come through concrete and cutting through rock. This interface, and because of this, what settlement happens on the surface. This is another important point. Yeah, I think that's all. And coming to slope stability, people have talked about slope stability. What is important in the transportation sector is ultimately there will be somebody who will come and protect the rock. Okay, हम SDR लगाएंगे, हम rock bolt लगाएंगे, हम nailing लगाएंगे, ऐसा करेंगे, वैसा करेंगे. All this is temporary solution. Can NIRM work on how we can come up with a long-term solution? Because NHAI is extending, widening all the roads in the hills. And if you go to any hills, बोलते हैं अरे 2 मानसून हो जाएगा साहब, वो सब गिर जाएगा, उसके बाद में नहीं गिरेगा, वो उसमें लोग चले भी जाएंगे, मर भी जाएंगे, accidents also take place. This is another important area, whether it has to be through instrumentation. It is a global problem, the entire Himalayas. How do you cut the hill? ROW तो रहता नहीं है. NHAI will say that I don't have ROW, so you have a vertical slope, but the rock is sedimentary rock, very, very young Himalayan rocks. So how do you protect them? How do you go? It is not temporary protection, it is long-term protection. Whether it has to be, is it the drainage problem, whether it is the rock mechanics problem, whether it is a global problem. So NIRM can think about that, whether some form of remote monitoring instrumentation can be put all over the place to see whether the slope is going to move or not going to move if you cut. Yeah, that's all from my side. Thank you very much. Thanks for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you. Thank you. We are calling a meeting of academia and industry. I think you are one in all. You were in NIRM earlier, switched over to IIT. Now you call yourself a person from industry.
Yeah, both. I'm interface.
So you have given a comprehensive picture what is required practically. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Sure. Thanks a lot. Bye-bye.
Now I call upon Professor VMSR Murthy from IIT, ISM Dhanbad, to say a few words. Professor Murthy, please. I think you are muted.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Jha and Dr. Venkatesh, for giving me this opportunity. I think some of the major points, I think my industry friends and the academia has already spoken about. So I have just actually, I was trying to, list certain points, related to the areas that the NIRM is looking forward to. So I just, grouped them as you mentioned during your emails, that areas of future development and identification of crucial problems of industry. And then how do we basically collaborate? So if you look into these 3 segments, I'll just cover the first one. What could be the probable areas and what are the challenges that we normally would like to address? I think already NIRM is well into these, many of these areas, but then there is still, some scope to work on or just to deliberate. As you know that as we are going larger and deeper excavations are the main challenge today we are facing. So obviously the challenges are pretty many in terms of, let us say you call as mines, you name mines or tunnels or any other excavation that you are making. So what could be the challenges and how do we basically gear up to design the methods? First initially plan, design, and then finally execute on ground. And as my learned friends have talked about, the rock and rock mass characterization, I think is the first part of it. So, and some of my, industry experts have already spoken about how important it is to use the latest tools like TSP. So this is, one challenge that we are going to face as mines are getting deeper and tunnels are getting into, uncharted territories or challenging and uncertain areas. And similarly, one area that we can work on is the underground storage with the expertise that NIRM is having. As we know that, the nuclear spent fuel or any other, food storage or these kind of things are going to come up in a big way because India is a populous country and we have scarcity of space on land. And I think NIRM is the best, fit to design, design, locate, all kinds of, the expertise, the value chain expertise that NIRM is having could be of really handy to design these systems. And this is going to be one of the major features. May it be a seed storage in Himalayan zones, or may it be, any nuclear spent fuel storage, where, as you know, India is embarking upon, use of extensive nuclear power generation. Another challenging area that we are looking at is, mines are, there are a lot of mine voids actually creating problems around, particularly in Dhanbad region. If you see, the mines are pretty old. And then obviously, sometimes, we don't have the plans and sections of the mines also. So often, the national highways and those places, we have this kind of, pothole subsidence is one of the area that we need to predict. And also, to deal with it also, we need to have some sound rock mechanics background for filling of these voids with various materials. So that could be one of the research areas, like what kind of material we're going to use to fill, and then what kind of deformation patterns we can have and ensure the stability. And India has many structures, in future to be demolished to give way to new structures to build. For example, I think Professor Shastri is an acknowledged expert in demolition of berths, demolition of rock below sea, and we also started at IIT ISM to work in this area, particularly on two aspects: is that is underwater rock blasting and structure demolition for widening the ports and deepening the ports. This is has a lot of challenges from the rock mechanics angle, blasting angle, and the impacts angle, even environmental angle also. So this is one area I think. And then apart from that, the demolition of the bridges and the buildings, and this is one area probably in India we have I think lesser expertise, and we can collaborate on this. Then with the expertise of rock mechanics, I think CBM and UCG, that is coal bed methane and underground coal gasification, are two areas where we need to understand the rock and rock mass and the drillability of these areas, and then how how do we basically drain this coal gas so that we make working safer. I was just in Italy for last 1 month, and where I was just discussing with a couple of faculty there. So one of the areas they are working on is geothermal energy. Again, in this area, probably rock mechanics background has a lot of importance. I think this could be one area. And the new frontiers, like, we are working on like seabed mining or say asteroid mining, of course, is a remote possibility. But then universities like Colorado School of Mines and universities, even in fact, seabed mining is being taught in Suratkal also in many other universities. But I think this is one area where, we need to have some collaboration with pioneers like NTNU. I think NTNU has some collaboration, and NIRM has a collaboration with NTNU earlier. So that could be nurtured, and then seabed mining possibilities could be explored. In fact, Chennai, we have the NIOT and Ocean Engineering Department of IIT Chennai also has expertise in this area, and even Anna University is also like developed some understanding about nodule mining. So this could be one area probably would be looking forward to, because as India, minerals are we are starving for some minerals, particularly the nickel, cobalt related minerals. And AI based, I think people have talked about, like we need to talk about capturing the sensor based data and use of AI. I think that's already talked about. High wall mining, as you know that the minerals are depleting and the mines are getting extended. The surface mining, the economic limits are being reached. Then now the challenge comes on high wall mining. That's one area where rock mechanics comes into plenty, and we can have a very pretty long mine mining out the coal seams, embedded in the high walls, particularly in coal mining. Ergonomics, actually there are two aspects, I think, like one is the rock and tool interaction. As you know, mechanized mining is going to play an important role in the near future. And blast-free mining is being talked about because of the habitat coming close to the mines or construction sites like tunnels and all. So therefore, rock tool interaction for enhancing the understanding about selection of the machines and operational variables of these machines, for gainful deployment of very costly equipment like tunnel boring machines or say road headers. So we need to work on that on one aspect. Another is the man-machine interaction also is another area, because the technology will be not fruitful if you really do not design it to suiting to the Indian conditions or Indian the diaspora actually. So that's another area. And when we are mining or tunneling, we are generating a lot of waste. So this waste to waste utilization or waste to wealth, this is the concept now we are working on. Like how do we basically convert whatever we have excavated, because we have spent energy in excavating it already. So how do we basically utilize it? So this is an area where probably a larger segment has to be involved, where again the material properties makes a lot of difference. And then to look into the future, obviously we have to create learning platforms. So virtual reality and augmented reality could be one of the major areas, because everywhere we can't take the people to train into the actual situation. So NIRM being doing a lot of challenging works in a very difficult environments. So creating a VR and AR models could be one way to capture those knowledge and then disseminate it. So this is the areas of future development I had in my mind. I just listed out. And the problems, I think my friends have already talked about. Exploration is really not complete, and we are yet to improve these exploration strategies for metals and minerals. Even real-time ore grade assessments. In fact, these are all, there's no bound to this. Basically, the NIRM could expand not just in rock mechanics. I think could think of expanding its activity to serve the mining industry and the mineral industry. Maybe this could be another wing that can be thought of course, with new manpower and maybe the new specializations getting added up. Of course, it depends on the priorities can be fixed up. I think operational aspects, I think NIRM is doing quite good, and like blasting and particularly support design, modeling, I think all advanced technologies they're using. Troubleshooting, I think they are the best, and I think there are a lot of cutting edge research being done and could be what you call integrated into the current systems or current ammunition. And I think
I think there is some sound issue from your end.
Voice.
And I just listed out a couple of prospecting areas. I'll take another minute to complete. There are a lot of potential to work in an R&D mode in metal mines, coal mines, and tunnels. Particularly one area I was thinking on soft ground tunneling, as my friends were talking about from industry, that how do we basically understand the grout behavior when most of the time they're basically trying to stabilize the tunnels through grouting, various kinds of grouting. So doing some kind of research on grout characteristics and improving the rock mass capability or competence could be one area. And soil conditioning, as somebody has talked about, like the volume loss and all those things could be another area. And then hard rock tunnel boring is already we are working at IIT ISM. Probably we can join hands with in some of these manufacturers as well as the practicing specialists like NHPC and L&T and various manufacturers. And as Mr. Madhusudan has talked about capacity building, I think I fully agree with. We could have some kind of certificate courses in collaboration with some academic institutes like IIT or NITs, whichever is convenient based on the specialization, the industry connect, the problem solving skills, etc. And maybe the testing facilities already NIRM is having in plenty, but then I think there is a scope to add up, in that particular area. for soil and rock characterization for meeting these requirements which I mentioned just now. I think smart equipment development. For example, I was just listening to one of our friends who's working in a NIRM actually. He was talking about understanding the strength of the shotcrete layer, or understanding the rock mass conditions, and then knowing the shotcrete length or thickness, whether it is adequate with respect to the rock mass, like RMR or GSI or whatever index that you talk about. And then that the machine itself takes a decision of increasing the thickness of shotcrete. So this kind of advanced technologies along with rock mass characterization could be probably build up capability. So maybe the under Atmanirbhar, probably we can do that. So I think these are some of the thoughts I have listed out. I think hope I gave some ideas. So thank you very much for this opportunity for sharing ideas.
Thank you, Professor Murthy. We will take forward your ideas.
Thank you very much.
Now I call upon Dr. Rajmani. He is again a dual face from industry, now in academics, to say a few words about the future of the NIRM activities. Dr. Rajmani, please.
Yes, good morning to everyone. Am I audible?
Yes.
Especially, I'm very thankful to Dr. Venkatesh, Dr. Jha for giving me this opportunity to share my experiences. And he has, I think, he has given me ample of time to cut and paste some of the points which so many experts have spoken. Still, I would like to add some of the point, and I will go through a presentation slide. Just give me a second to. Yeah. Sir, is it visible? My screen is visible?
Yes, it is visible.
Okay, sir. So let's go very quickly. Dr. Jha, you are very free to remind me of the time. Yeah. So very shortly, these are some of the areas where NIRM can concentrate. Data analysis. NIRM has huge data of testing physico-mechanical property of the rock. These can be empirically related with the blast damage, rock mass index, something like that. And then the second point is regarding the economic real-time slope monitoring, because the country is slowly awakening. It is using radar for real-time monitoring, but as you know that it is very costly. So I think NIRM in collaboration with some other agencies should develop some sort of the cheaper technology which can be used for real-time monitoring, maybe using seismic system, or using drones or satellite or fiber optic cables, artificial intelligence. So something, economic real-time monitoring is the need of the hour, because some of the previous speakers like Mr. Madhusudan and Professor Sastry, Professor Dhar, that there is a really big challenge from the high wall slopes and from the dump failure. So I think this technology will be very useful to them. Then the next area is making some failure criteria, because most of the time we are having failure criteria for stress and strain, but in the slope monitoring we need some criteria which is connecting rock mass characterization, then the deformation or deformation rate, so that the failures can be adequately predicted to prevent the loss of life and production. Then on the similar line, this real-time stability monitoring for the underground is also a need of the hour. Then some of the areas where the industry is facing the problem is, most of the open pits are getting deep and some of them are going underground, like Malaz Khand, Rampura Gucha, some of the chromite mines in the Sukinda. And once these open pit mines enter into underground, they present an innate geometry of acute angle formation at the hang wall, and which is very prone for rock burst. And it is, as is known, NRM is a really big champion of robust technology. So here I think NRM should put more emphasis in monitoring the mines which are facing the microseismic or seismic activities, especially those mines which are going from open pit to underground. Then another area is in the most of the open pit mines is the triggering or the activation of the geological faults, and it creates a lot of unsafe conditions and hindrance in the mining. So some of the blasting parameters like peak particle velocity, etc., should be linked with the triggering of the fault. Then the next area where NRM should concentrate is, as you know that as Mr. Madhusudan has told, that there are so many mining sectors which are organized or unorganized, and slope monitoring is a really problem. So where the using the field symptoms and some of the empirical means, we need to provide some assessment of the stability so that the untoward accidents do not take place. Or you can say we need to produce some threshold values where at which values we can deploy the persons, or the values where we can evacuate the pit, or where the pit is liable to collapse. So this needs to be, more research should be carried out. No, I know that NRM is already doing a lot of work on the slope monitoring, but these are the specific area where the industry is facing the problem. Then, yes, Dr. Jha.
Is it over?
No, it's not over. Just midway.
Okay.
So the next problem is detailed research should be conducted to correlate the intensity of the field-based symptoms and with the different stages of stability. As it can be seen in the enclosed picture, that there are various stability sectors, and these needs to be correlated with the field symptoms, because most of the time, slopes are not monitored or are being monitored, then there is scanty of data. So to help the field people, if the NRM can concentrate on correlating the field symptoms with the degree of the stability, I think it will be of the great value. And just for a quick succession, I would like to show you some of the field symptoms which needs to be taken care. This is the spalling of the slopes of the slope, then the development of the extension fractures, then the fault activation, spalling along the fault, then the dislocation of the holes, then the dislocation of the holes in a large scale, and then the appearance of the tension cracks. So these are some of the field symptoms which need to be correlated with the stability status of the slopes. And yes, NRM is also hotbed for doing the research in the blasting. So we need to, or NRM need to emphasize more on giving guidelines on the giving firing sequence or the delay interval, so that the rock mass damage is minimum, and the blasting fragmentation can be better. Then coming to the last point, that is the prospects of joint collaborative projects with the industry and academia. As Professor Dhar has pointed out, as Professor Sastry has pointed out, like Dr. Venkatesh, I am fortunate enough to work in all three fields. That is, I was working in the industry for about 39 years. There I was carrying out the research work, and at the last stage, I am basically sharing this experience to the students as academia. So I have or I can say I'm fortunate to work in confluence all these three areas, and I would suggest that NRM along with the academic institute can float PhDs, so that the main problems of the industries can be chalked out and detailed research can be done, and at the end guidelines can be provided for the betterment of the industry. Then of course, industry also need to be open. It need to provide access to the research institute for giving the data. And at the end, I would say that with working this, NRM hand in hand with the industry and academic, it should constitute from NRM to International Institute of Rock Mechanics so that it can give a comprehensive consultancy like your SRK or Boulders, etc. They are giving to the rest of the world. So with this, I put end to my words, and if want, then I can share my presentation with the NRM for future action. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Dr. Rajmani, for nice ideas. We will take forward them. Your PowerPoints are important. I will request you to send it to us.
These were quite, fast, but I'm looking to your what can I say? Your strict time-bound schedule.
We will include the ideas in our brochure that is coming up. Okay.
Yeah.
Now I call upon Mr. S. Gudge, Chief Engineer, BMRCL, to say a few words about the activities of NIRM, where he would like to see the institute in years to come. Mr. Gudge, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. Venkatesh sir, Jha sir, Professor Shastri sir. This BMRCL and NIRM are involved together for long. While doing the first phase tunneling, and even before that, during some investigation also NRM was involved. The major work we have done together is finding a proper way to control blasting in city areas. So we have done safely a lot of blasting, especially in front of Vidhan Sabha and High Court. So the method which NIRM taught us, or they formed the method, still it is being carried out. Even now in second phase, we have 12 underground stations, and we are regularly doing blasting every day in many stations. Out of 12, at least 9-10 stations need blasting as there is rock. So as far as concerns or the requirement from NIRM, in urban tunneling, we calculate volume excavated, how much we excavate per meter and how much we should excavate, means theoretical and actual. So as we cross through mixed strata, partially rock and partially soil, we do not understand exactly how much we have excavated, because we use mainly slurry system. In EPB system, we can find out by some method, but in slurry system it is very difficult, because the excavation takes place in presence of a slurry that is treated in a slurry plant, and the excavated material comes through the slurry. So we are not able to calculate exactly how much we are excavating, and the over excavation, if takes place, will disturb the road or building or anything which is on the surface. So for that, so far we could not find any proper method. The reason being, we do not know, this tunneling is an indirect method. We do not know exactly how much rock is there in the face and how much soil is there. So if we can able to find out exactly what is the level of rock and what is the quantity of soil above, then we may be able to find out. Now we are finding that with the help of a density meter fixed in the slurry pipe. So due to variation in the rock level, the result is not accurate. The one more area where we can work is consumption of cutter discs. A rock machine will have a lot of cutter discs which go damaged every time, especially when we are in mixed strata, the discs gets damaged. Sometimes we come across dolerite, which is very hard rock, up to 180 MPa or 200 MPa strength. So there also there will be damage to cutter discs. It is difficulty to the contractor or industry people to quote accurately. Either they go overquoted and do not get the work, or they quote less than what was required and get into losses. So to get the optimum quote, they should be able to calculate the number of discs which would be consumed in a particular area. So for that, there is no method so far. In second phase, we have introduced a method to that, depending on the formula of one Mr. Bilanowski. But it is not fine-tuned yet. If there is a fine-tuning, to give some data in a length of 1 kilometer from one station to other station, we have to change lot of discs. Around recently we have changed around 300 discs. If I compare it with Delhi, Delhi has alluvial soil. There it is hardly 5 to 10 discs or maybe 20 discs. But here we are changing around 300 discs, and each disc costs around 3 lakh rupees. So it's a big money. And the process of changing itself is very difficult. We have to go under hyperbaric conditions. The workers can work only for 3 hours or 2 hours. Then they have to come back. We have to send another batch. So in a shift, we should be ready with three batches. So first of all, the disk is costly, and the method of changing it is further costly. So if we can assess it properly, how much times we may have to change, then it will be easy for the contractors to quote, or it is easy for the owner to set the basic cost. So, and one more thing what I want to suggest is, we know NIRM has expertise in many places, especially in geophysics or whatever. But we cannot directly hire them. We are bound with the Transparency Act, which gives only 1 lakh as a discretion to hire a consultant. In 1 lakh rupees, nothing can be done for a project like metro. So if there is a change in that policy, if any institute, I am not telling only NIRM, IIT or IISc or all, if they can be available to metro companies on a regular basis, then it would be helpful, because the problems in urban tunneling are unique, and we cannot change the alignment. Once the alignment is set, it is set. Somehow we have to complete in the same alignment. So whenever there is a problem, we have to find solution to that, and each problem will have unique solutions. So industry and academy together can definitely find out solutions, but how to unite them is a difficulty. As we work under public procurement rules, we cannot again and again hire them for each and every problem, or that limit of that amount comes within. As far as academy is concerned, though we are doing a lot of infrastructure work, there is no much response from academy. Students come as for their project work, and I do not know afterwards what happens. So there should be some serious research or whatever, because this tunneling, it contains civil, it contains mechanical, it contains electronics, everything is there. To tell one small thing, the manufacturer of the TBM will sell that to the contractor, whoever has taken the contract. They will have some commercial agreement. If the contractor is not paying money to the manufacturer, in the middle he can stop the machine. We will be halfway through, and still the manufacturer will have that right, he can stop the machine. So it is that sophisticated. But there is no much study being done on that. The students are not exposed to that. So if more people come and understand, the next generation will be having ease in constructing the tunnels, because there is a lot of need to create underground space. All cities are congested, or the infrastructure required to be put in there mainly should go underground, for there is no space for putting elevated metro system or any other infrastructure in a CBD area, central business district area. So if we can work together for more time or in more occasions or with more problems, then definitely we can find solution. But how to work together is a bigger question than whether we can find a solution. So in this aspect, I do not know who has to do that, whether it is government or NIRM has to initiate or any other institute has to initiate. I cannot tell much this on that. But I request the concerned, so somebody will initiate, like our dynamic leader, Dr. Venkatesh, will take it up further and may find a solution how we can work together regularly. I thank NIRM, Dr. Venkatesh, Dr. Jha and their team for giving this opportunity to speak to all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Gugge. You have given very nice ideas. And I think industry also, like CSR, should support some research in your new areas where there is no solution. We can jointly work with academia and develop the new techniques. That will be helpful as a part of CSR. Our new R&D also should be supported. That should be the next generation of what is CSR activity. Okay. Now I call upon Mr. Vinod Kumar, CEO of International Business Unit of Hindustan Zinc, to say a few words about the new areas of activity in rock mechanics he would like to see NIRM in next decade. Mr. Vinod Kumar, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to congratulate Dr. Venkatesh, Dr. Jha and entire NIRM team for organizing such a great event where so many of esteemed industry, academia and research experts have gathered for putting their ideas and views. And I must thank them for having me here amongst all of you. Also, I'd like to acknowledge the relationships and contributions of NIRM towards Hindustan Zinc Limited. We have had a long association, even prior to 2000 when I joined this organization, and still it is continuing and adding lots of value to the business over here. So I going through this session, I have had lots of ideas. I will not repeat those, but I would like to add one or two areas where NIRM can further add value to the industry, especially underground mining and base metal mining industry. And on top of my mind is developing advanced instrumentation for geotechnical monitoring, then its installation, and at the same time analyzing the data and giving the feedback of those data to the industry so that safe and efficient mining can be ensured. Because as of now, what I feel is for every small piece of monitoring instruments, we are dependent on foreign countries. And the cost of those equipment is so high that a small player cannot afford. So ensuring efficient and safe mining for those players become very, very challenging and very difficult. So that is one area definitely NIRM, maybe in collaboration with industry or other like-minded institutes, can develop those instrumentations and along with the expertise, along with the experts from the field, and take that for implementation end to end. So starting with development of those instruments up to the final results coming out of those monitoring. And the second area which comes to my mind is backfilling. So the challenges that we are facing as of now is the mining is going deeper day by day. Open pit mining, especially metal mining at surface, is getting exhausted. So we have to move to underground methods of mining, and there, as rightly mentioned by Dr. Rajmani, lots of challenges are being faced in terms of microseismic and seismic activities. So backfilling there plays a very, very important role. And the biggest challenge of backfilling is it adds significant cost to the operations. So it makes the project unviable if not planned and executed efficiently. And the cost varies from 10% to close to 20-25% of the cost of production if you go for implementing the right kind of solution for the different applications for underground mining. Like if you have to do a top-down mining, then the cost will be higher. If you have to just recover the secondary stuff, the cost may be lower. So depending upon application, the cost varies between 10% up to 20-25%. So there definitely NIRM can play a very, very important role in collaboration with the industries and other experts, global experts as well, where cost-efficient solution of backfilling can be designed. And again, I am talking of designing it end to end, the plant stage up to the final filling and curing stage, so that once handed over, the mining can be done in most efficient way. And there definitely the potential is huge. Like as of now, if we talk of in base metal, the recoveries, the resource recovery, if we don't do any filling, is close to 50% only. I'm talking of the at the resource stage. And if we really plan backfilling well, then this recovery can be improved by 25-30% additional, the resource recovery. So that is the potential that we have. And the only opportunity is we need to do it, we need to design that backfilling technology more cost efficiently. So that is where the hurdle is, and that is where the opportunity as well is. So these two things were on top of my mind, and it is related to the area where I am working, especially at Hindustan Zinc Limited, because we are applying these two things in a big way, and I really find a lot of value addition can be done through NIRM, especially on these two fronts. Once again, thank you very much for making me part of this session, and I will definitely work on the ideas that I have put forth over here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. You have given very nice ideas. We will discuss it in session B and take forward them in the next round of discussion. Now I call upon Professor A. Murli Krishna from IIT Tirupati to say a few words about the new activity areas of the NIRM, which he would like to say.
Hi, good afternoon, you all. Thank you very much, first of all, to NIRM team for inviting me in this August gathering. Very nice to hear to different people, industry and academia people, colleagues, and it's not that what we can suggest to NIRM. I'm making a note of what and all we have to take up that one also. That's really giving a good insightness. Looking into different national agencies, no, which are part of our country's development. Yeah, I'm just very motivated with the first comments made by Dr. Venkatesh and also Dr. Shastriji. So all our target, what I'm looking into as development of innovative and economical and time-bound solutions. That's what we are looking for. And of course, various problems have been highlighted by the industry people. And some of the academicians also mentioned what are the new things we can take up and so on. Of course, this list remains same. What I'm looking here with the vast experience what the NIRM had, out of the 1,200 projects they handled directly, and also when I look into the different agencies like NTPC, NHPC or BMRC and also other industry people, everybody has a lot of projects in their hand. So what I'm thinking is to bring out some case histories, challenging case histories. If the NIRM can take up as a key, as a main agency to bring out the case histories, what the lessons we have learned, how we can use that lessons experience in the future projects. That is one thing NIRM should focus, and that's main thing. And other main agenda of our meeting is as part of the Atmanirbhar Bharat. So we have to be self-dependent as a country as a whole. So I'm not much of aware of what's going on in the industry, what equipment we are using, what type of softwares we are analyzing, and so on. But most of the things, like already my previous speaker mentioned that we are depending on many of the international issues, things, whether it can be of equipment or tools or testing tools or construction tools and so on. How as a country we can gradually move on to the self-dependence, self-preparation of the things. That is one way, one certain thing what NIRM and all together we should focus on for the next step, so that our country can depend on our own. So that's one thing. And when I'm looking into the overall problems, of course, tunneling, stope stability, characterization, geophysics, and so on, everybody highlighted. So broadly, I'm dividing the whole problem of engineering in execution. There are two categories. One is in the normal conditions, without any surprises. We are planning and designing and executing. Though not much surprises are there, then is the project everything in the design stage and in the characterization analysis stage, what we assumed, are they happening properly until the execution? So that is one way we have to look into the thing, and many lessons in that category, how to improve, implement into the system. That is one thing we have to see as a whole. And other one is some of the sections, there may be surprises may be there, unanticipated risks which were evolving, suppose slope failure or tunnel failure and so on. So under that cases means our initial design and initial analysis was not completely could capture the things. So under such things, how we have to take up further steps. So this is a way of approach we should look as a whole. That is one thing NIRM can look into. Another point is human resource development, like having the so many projects being executed as part of the rock and near rock materials. So whether are we sufficient in terms of the manpower? Okay, that's actually we have to thoroughly look. Any of the special programs need to be floated. The NIRM being a nodal agency for looking into the whole rock mechanics related activities in the country, whether they should approach some universities and do some special programs and bring awareness to the undergrad students to pay attention in this particular area, or some PG level students. That is one thing we can just see. NIRM can actively take steps to go and deliver some seminars and prepare some core team and interact with the things, so that in future, how we deal with the future requirements. Even my future speaker mentioned, earlier speaker, in our future development is completely underground.
Either we go underground, we'll cut the mountains and prepare the tunnels, underground storage or metros and so on. Our future of the country, like what we are seeing in all the developed country, European countries, there are all most of the things underground. So keeping that in view is how whole things can be developed and how to develop the human resource through the academicians, to the colleges, and that interaction and all we have to say. These are my quick points to put together, and I look forward to have a fruitful academia and industry interaction. I request NIRM to put all of our contact details together so that further negotiations and discussions can happen as a teams. So that's the next step they have to take up. With this, I quickly conclude. Thank you very much. I know time is very short. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Muralikrishna. I think we will have some joint project in days to come. We will be in touch with you. Now I call upon Professor V.V. Maji from IIT Madras to say a few words on the rock making activities, where he would like to see the institute. He is the young face from the academia. Let us hear from him.
Thank you, sir. Hope I am audible. Hello.
Yes, you are audible.
Okay. So good afternoon. We are already running short of time. So, and also sorry for my poor throat because of the congestion and of course feverish feeling also. So sorry for the bad voice. So at outset, I thank the organizers for considering me as one of the speakers in this August gathering of eminent panelists from industry and academia. It is an honor and privilege for me that too in front of my teachers, with teachers and seniors. So already many of our colleagues have spoke about many of the details, suggestions they gave. So I'll be very brief. I also thank and congratulate NIRM for the novel idea of brainstorming session, which has especially like the Dr. Venkatesh and Professor Sastry has already highlighted. The NIRM has great legacy, has contributed enormously and served well the intended purpose. So helped a lot to the industry, especially the mining and construction. So, and already many people, including Dr. Venkatesh mentioned that the more than 1,200 projects, unique, that too unique, they have done in the past near 30 years. It's not with that too, with a very small team. So I'm really amazed to see that and congratulate NIRM for that. My suggestion would be obviously already Professor Sastry mentioned, sorry. The NIRM always downplays that. So possibly more projection and highlight is needed. I'm sorry. So so my side, as far as my suggestion from my side, is very. It will be limited to the domains suggested. So 3 mentioned domains. Already most of the experts spoke. Most of the things already done. So I don't want to repeat much. One of the aspects which I have seen is like many of the underground minings, they closed during my undergraduate days also. Like I had an opportunity to get internship Bharat Gold Mines Limited and also visited NIRM that time in 1999. That time the Golconda shaft and the Nandudug was working. Of course, BGML has issues, so they had to close it. But many other mines, including coal, they closed. And even I had opportunity to visit during my PhD a couple of times the NIRM. So it was really wonderful experience. So now scenario is like almost like as far as coal is concerned, even metal mostly open. Is like more than 95 or 94% is open cast and less than 7% is underground for Indian. But the worldwide scenario is totally different. Now as the shallow the coal is, I'm just highlighting coal, is depleting. So definitely there is a challenge to go the excavate the deeper coals, and I don't think like the open cast will be really economical in that sense, and moreover a lot of environmental concern. So I definitely future possibly maybe light as in underground mining like China and many other countries. So I think again the NIM can take some lead because they have tremendous experience with deep mining, and so obviously they can push the strategies as for like which is the need of the hour, and of course the energy security. So so obviously from my side, this one addition suggestion that like so the deep mining thrust, maybe I'm not the expert to comment on that, but whatever limited experience I have talked, I'm just suggesting. And even I had an opportunity to visit some of the mines in the Ramagundam area, the underground mines, including the Adirala, the Longwall mines. I understand the constraint with the high level of instrumentations, the machineries, the Longwall needed. And so thanks to my friend Ulimila Sivasankar, he helped a lot to show me all those things. And many of the details Professor Murthy has already highlighted, which I wanted to highlight, but I'm not just keeping like storage, subsidence, coal gas, the methane drainage, and then also the waste to wealth. So already highlighted, and so already like the name is already aligned to the need and the changes the industry demands. So NIM is very adaptive to that. So already Dr. Venkatesh highlighted. So maybe future NIM can also already I think Dr. Pichumani also highlighted that the focus more on full-fledged civil and geotechnical department may be needed, because many of the projects, they need a comprehensive solutions which NIM can also take lead other than just rock part. That's what it will be helpful, because the NIM is not just a kind of as a lab, it is a kind of I think a mission which can be a role model for all other research labs. And and then regarding the identification of the crucial problems within the industry, NIR, the data analytics high-end already people have highlighted as a high-end advanced instrumentation, IoT, artificial intelligence. Then we have the tunnels, the metro tunnels and high-speed rails. They should focus more, and the smart cities which are coming up. So obviously the real-time landslide monitoring. Already Mr. Madhusudhan and I think Dr. Pichumani also highlighted. Now, coming to the last thing, which is the prospect of joint collaborative research project with industry and academia. As Professor Rajamani is already serving industry, it's good to know. After serving industry, he is serving academics now. So it's a huge prospect for the industry people to join academics now. We have a lot of, in fact, Dr. Pichumani is also an adjunct faculty. So all the research labs and the scientists can join as a professor of practice, adjunct faculty, guest faculty, and contribute, because many of the part we are completely handicapped, especially the field aspect. So, and already Dhar sir mentioned, like, we are not, so it's true, very true. We have a lot of limitations. We are lucky few who are in a good college and serving the academics. So it is really a privilege. But at the same time, to serve industry better, we need to join hand. And so I will definitely suggest that the colleagues like NIM, they should join hands to it academic with more aggressive way. And seriously consider that. And of course, related to field test and all, they will focus more. A lot of field data is needed for various, especially civil engineering and geotechnical investigation. So field test is one of the area where more focus is needed. Okay, so thank you once again. I just close my whatever words I am supposed to say. And thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm really humbled and privileged to take part on this. Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you all.
Thank you, Professor Maji, for your kind words. Now I call upon Mr. Subhani, GM R&D from Singarni Colliery, to say a few words. He is the lone mining engineering face from coal industry in this group. So let us hear from you. Mr. Subhani, please.
Yeah, thank you. With the due respects to our senior Professor B.B. Dhar and Director NIRM, Venkatesh Garu and Jha Saab, and also renowned professors from academia and experts from industry. Good morning. At the outset, first of all, I want to congratulate the dynamic director of NIRM for leading the institution all along these 30 years, which is the aging of 30 years, and completing about 1,200 studies, out of which 77 studies were pertaining to Singarni College Company Limited related to coal mining. So, actually, I must also appreciate the efforts being taken up by the NIRM administration under the dynamic leadership of Venkatesh and guided by senior professors, that it has already made a print of its branding of a premier institute in related to rock mechanics pertaining to infrastructure and mining facilities in India. And I would like to add that because in reference to our earlier speakers, plenty of things have been spoken about the other industry, infrastructure and all these things. But as I am from the coal mining, I request and also I hope that NIRM will play a vital role still further in the coal mining sector also. It will continue that. Already it has a specific interest, specific expertise, and I hope that it will escalate now. And overall, I hope that in the coming days, NIRM will play a vital role and scale up its brand name and becomes the premier most institution fulfilling the facilities and requirements of the mining industry and infrastructure industry. Before that, I would like to just have a 17 points with 4 slides to present. May I get the permission to share the slides, please?
Yes, you can share it. Just click on the share button.
But quickly,
Yeah.
Already 1:15 it is almost. When we have to close, Dr. Venkatesh Saab, Director Saab?
Actually, it is.
Is it visible?
Yeah,
it is visible.
So regarding
Around
the
1:10 we should
coal
have
mining
closed.
sector, we have the challenges as point wise. I just will go through the points. The extraction of complete height of thick seams, because nowadays we are having going to the deeper. We have thicker seams wherein the realization is only to minimum height of the excavations and losing the coal, which also affecting the conservation of coal. That is extraction of complete height of thickness around 10 meters alternate to the blasting gallery method. And another thing is development of suitable method for extraction of greater depths beyond 600 meters. So the deepest mine what we are operating is Adriala Longwall, operating at 550 meters depth with many problems of roof fall and strata conditions, for which we feel that there is a necessity of going into these challenges. Next is indigenous development of instrumentation for real-time monitoring of high wall and the dump slopes in open cast mines. Now we are using LiDAR and we are also going for radar, which is a very high costly affair. And now we have to think of real-time monitoring in other ways. And that is application of Internet of Things for strata monitoring in underground mines. So in underground mines, we are using telltales and all these things, but which are manually regulated and manually checked. But it must be a real-time monitoring with Internet of Things. And explore into the underground gasification, that is coal bed methane, are in line with the National Coal Gasification Mission 2030, where it may not be related to that, but as National Coal Gasification Mission is aiming at surface gasification, there is equally importance. We feel that underground gasification must be a priority which can be looked into. Next is the development of institute stress maps in Godavari Valley field in initial stages and expanding the same to the remaining parts of the country. So we have been taking up the institute stress management, maps of individual mines. But in the north side and south side of the Godavari, completely mapping can be done so that it will be useful in the designing and planning for the new mines. Detailed investigation of the effect of blasting operations in open cast mines on the workings of underground mines and formulated a generalized guidelines for ensuring the safety of UG. Now you see, we are now the greatest challenges in front of us now is deep mining that involves blasting and also the vibration and slope stability. And on the other side, the second challenge is our mines are very nearing to the habitation now. So the blasting effect and the slope stability and subsidence is playing a very crucial role in designing the mines. Next is to study the feasibility of draining out of groundwater through surface boreholes in advance of the depolaring operation to reduce control the impact of groundwater on the stability of workings. Second is to develop suitable method of extraction of coal reserves beneath the surface features like water tanks, villages, etc. So this is a very gray area where plenty of coal is left out in the water tanks and villages and so on. In point of view of this conservation of coal is very important, we feel. Next is indigenous development of a system to detect presence of slips, dikes and faults. Now what is happening is after going into underground, we are mapping, the geological mapping is taking place. Beforehand, there are now radars and ground penetrating radars coming into the picture. So there is we feel ample scope of scope to utilize these systems in detecting slips, dikes, faults in advance. And the 10th is the development of instrumentation to determine parting between the inaccessible water bodies and the underground workings. We have electromagnetic resonance conducted in one of our few mines. There must be a thinking to take forward in deriving some system or some method to predict the parting between the seams and also within the seam with the water bodies. And next is the ground consolidation techniques in open cast benches to prevent bench failures. And 12th one is establishment of nomograms for estimation of various operating parameters of hydraulic sand stowing and standardization specifications of stowing pipe ranges for deeper mines more than 400 meter depth. And controlling of water seepage in existing deep shafts and while sinking new shafts. Controlled blasting induced dust fumes towards nearby habitations. And deep learning techniques, artificial neural network to predict ground vibrations instead of traditional statistics, and framing a generalized equation by including blast geometry, distance, charge per delay, initiation pattern, etc. Next, methodology for proper GOF compaction by roof rock to reduce air gaps in caving panels of coal mines to prevent risk of spondylocity. And next is non-invasive exploration of coal seams, that is by ground penetrating radar or electromagnetic resonance methods or so on, so that outcrop site can be clearly predicted and bench-wise open cast planning can be done, and as well as dikes and tunnels to the approach of the seam can be planned in accurate manner. These are all that I can add regarding the coal mining. So I feel that equal importance will be given to the coal mining with your endured experience of various fields in the rock mechanics. And I hope that flag of NIRM will be flying high and high. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Subani. You have highlighted the key areas. We have taken note of them and we will take it forward to the next session. No, can you stop sharing, please? Now I call upon Professor Syed Arif, Principal TTIT College, to share a few words about his vision for NIRM in days to come.
Good afternoon to all of you.
It's my pleasure to be amongst the best in the country in the rock mechanics, both from industry as well as from academia. I must be grateful and thankful to Dr. Venkatesh Saab and also Dr. Jha Saab to make me part of this wonderful webinar session. Our institution obviously is having a very long association with NIRM. You all know that NIRM is recently shifted to Bangalore. It was in KGF, and we had many benefits from them. Not that the benefits have stopped. Still, those benefits are coming to our students, especially to the mining students and also the faculty, and we continue to do so since we have got MOU with the NIRM. And it was a great privilege for me. I don't want to take much time. I know I may be the last speaker here, last but not the least. Okay, I don't want to take much time, and because I learned everything of all the experts that I have known. I enjoyed it. In fact, I enjoyed it everything more than talking. Listening is the best thing, and then seeing how things are happening across the world or across the India. That's the best thing that I did it now. I think others also agree with me. Certain things I want to tell 2 or 3 things, because I need not to tell also. I think I would have agreed whatever you have said, but still on behalf of our institution, 2-3 things I want to tell you. Of course, you have given some agenda that we have to speak about this thing. It will come under that only, but though in spite of that 2-3 things I'll tell you. Things have changed. As per the national education policy, all of us know that skills are very important, human resources are very important, and diversifications are very important. Interdisciplinary things are important in all walks of life. I think to some extent, what I have seen in NEP is that the specialization has to be reduced. I don't know whether you agree or not. So diversification, interdisciplinary things are the buzzword which is happening, and which maybe as all of you are telling about the innovations. Innovations will happen when we go beyond our the domains. Then only we can learn a lot of things. Things are happening in the IT sectors. That lot of innovations, lot of people from interdisciplinary things are working out and then getting benefited and transferring those benefits to the society. In that direction, what I have observed from NRM, they always think that NRM is only for the mining faculties, mining people, so that they will be doing rock mechanics only. Okay, so rock mechanics, as we know, it is having one important things that what I have observed as a professor. It is the interaction between the rock and the structure. So one thing that it belongs to various domains, interdisciplinary, such as civil, even that maybe geologists, mining, and you can add so many other things. Now you can add the computer people also to be part of the rock mechanics also. We cannot leave anybody nowadays. So such domains and such interdisciplinary things are coming. We have to conglomerate, we have to collaborate to see that the best results will come out for the benefit of the society. So one thing that I feel better is that the NRM should expand further, and also have some civil faculties, civil engineers, civil scientists to do research works in foundation engineering. Lot of deep foundations, heavy foundations are coming up for flyovers, for bridge construction, for dam construction. Of course, maybe my suggestion, I hope you can take it. Okay, so that if you develop that wing, so the NRM can also expand And apart from that, 2 or 3 things which already you have said, I wanted to repeat that interdisciplinary research involved artificial intelligence, machine learning, IoT, and data science in mining and civil industry, especially in the area of rock mechanics, can be had. And to act as a data bank, which already you have said in detail, to act as a data bank for the academic institutions to carry out research work, to undertake aid, promotes, and coordinate research at the interdisciplinary level in the associate with academic institution, and joint submission of research project in DST and SCRB. Am I right? And also there are 2 things, we know that, our directors have also know that we want to have the National Institute of Rock Mechanics should also get associated with the universities and also the institution to award not only post graduation degree as also doctoral degree, which also is a best way of helping human resource to develop expertise so that they can also contribute. And one more suggestion from my side, a simple one, that we have seen many industries, research centers having their own center of excellence in various institutions. Lot of IT industries are establishing center of excellence in various institutions to build up the skills. So now the buzzword is that skill up India. Okay, Atmanirbhar will happen only when we have got we will have many of our graduates with proper skills, right skills. If those skills are being provided, then they will get can contribute to the growth of our country. So center of excellence through NRM, if you are able to establish in some of the institutes like us with your expertise, which is help a great way in building up the skills in our students as well as for the faculty members, so that maybe under CSR or maybe under certain maybe on a certain financial this thing which helps to build up the skills in rock mechanics, which is need of the hour, because otherwise it will get restricted to only few human resources rather than expanding into many human resources, as most of the experts has indicated it. These are 2 or 3 things that I want you to grow and also help our institution so that we can bond well and then we can start contributing back to the society. And once again, thank Dr. Venkatesh sir, Mr. Dr. Jha sir for inviting me and allowing me to speak 1 or 2 words. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Arif. And you have given us nice ideas. We will discuss it further. Now I call upon Professor Thote from VNIT Nagpur to say a few words. Sir, we are already exceeding our schedule, so you can limit to the new ideas. You're used to new ideas. Thank you. You are not audible, sir.
You are not audible, sir.
Not yet.
You are on mute, sir.
He's not mute.
Not audible.
Now okay.
Now okay.
Okay. First of all, of course, my greetings to Professor Vibhidhar, Professor V.R. Shastri, and my other professors, Professor Sharma, Professor Murthy, and Dr. Venkateshwar, and all esteemed guests. First of all, I'm extremely sorry, since from morning I was struggling with the power failures and some connectivity failures. So I was able to listen see you, but I was not a part of the meeting. So I expressed my excuse for this purpose. Anyhow, now I'm okay, because last 3 days there was heavy raining in Nagpur, which creates some problem on our campus. First of all, I'm professor in Department of Mining Engineering, VNIT Nagpur, as well as I am also Associate Dean for Industry Institute Interaction. So I'm come across the other branches as well as industry as also. I'm also a part of a peer review committee of NIRM, and I have seen, it's my observation, that whatever the idea we float in RPC is immediately implemented by a very dynamic director, Venkatesh. Venkatesh, Dr. Venkatesh. So I'm very thankful for giving me opportunity to speak me on this topic. I will be very precisely because I know that we are running short of the time and all that. Now, I have some observations as far as the industry institute interaction and research organization is concerned. Definitely, we are going to strengthen the bond in between industry institute and research organization, which is needed very much. Now, whenever industry is in problem, they comes to us. They have a lot of expectations, great expectations, and because of some academic program and other things, we may not able to say fulfill their expectation and all that. So what I want, that really we want a good bridge in between industry, institute, and research organization all. Okay. Now I will go in random way, and my few of suggestions start with the academic side. In academic side, we have Board of Studies, which is the apex body as far as the syllabi and other things are concerned. So, of course, there is a provision of a industrial experts or industrial persons to be a part of a BOS. So, my request is, my suggestion is that if in academic institutes really follow it and get involvement of more and more industrial experts in their BOS, Board of Studies, it can be very much useful because with time to time we must update our knowledge level and syllabi so that our expertise will be not only confined to books but it will be useful for the industry. Second area I wanted to emphasize that the research in the academic institute should also be very focused on the need of the industry. Burning problems of the industry. Focus on that one. Applied part of the research will be much more. Third thing is that time limit and all that also we should keep in mind because whenever there is any problem, I know there was a one big slope failure in one of the mine. Immediately they rush to us because we are nearer to them, isn't it? And they want problems should be solved in a minimum time because they are production persons. So academic persons now will have to reorientate with the vision of the industry and their working culture. We should adopt their working culture and not all the way stick to our we should not be very rigid to that one. Third one, because I am also dealing with many of the MOUs and all the things with other branches. What I observe that civil, electrical, electronics and other branches, they are far away, ahead as far as their MOUs, innovations, copyright, patent and other things as compared to mining. So of course, academic institutes are less in the field of mining, but they will have to, focus on these areas, isn't it? So your research area should be industry and need based, and your deliverables should be very clear and implementable and easily transferable to the industry. We have a young students with us. We can use them as an interning or sending them on the projects. So academic institute should give a industry-based project. And industry should also equally reciprocate the same help to our student so that this bridge becomes easy. Of course, many of the areas have already been highlighted by many of the experts, which I will not again repeat the same thing. But nowadays, as we are going for open cast mining, and we are facing in the previous day, in the olden days, rock mechanics problems were only associated for underground mines. Now the time has changed. More problems arises in open cast mines also, mainly of slope stability and other things. So we should go with some new things in a slope stability technique, as well as a new mining methods like high wall mining and other trench mining and other things, which is also necessary to be implemented. One thing, as far as the blasting is concerned, of course, many of the persons have, emphasis on that things. We always look from techno-economics point of view, but the social impact, and not only on a human being, its impact on a animal kingdom, species of the, you can say birds, some animal species, and on forest should also be taken into consideration while conducting studying the you can say impact of mining on the environment. And one more thing, whenever I compare our branch with the civil engineering or any other branch, civil engineering, they have so many standards and procedures and protocols, or a lot of standardizations. We are, I think, anyhow lagging in standardization of the things. Take example of a ground vibrations. We have a lot of instruments. We have a lot. Every person does the work in his own ways, but there should be some standard protocol and standardization of the procedure and procedures. So these are some of the suggestions, and of course, living, I have to be in time, isn't it? So at the end, I will only say that academic institutes are ready to help the industry. We want a good bridge in between the academic, industry, and research areas, and let us have a cooperation extended in all the sense, so that the bond in between industry, institute, and research will be strengthened, useful for our country. Thank you very much, sir. And I'm extremely sorry, there are a lot of problem in my connectivity today.
No problem. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Thote.
Thank you, sir.
Now I call upon Professor Bhatt-Wadekar to say a few words. I request you to please limit your words, sir, in considering the time you have exceeded. Thank you. You are muted. You are muted.
Okay, are you able to hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Yes. Good afternoon. NRM is a unique organization which is supporting development of country, mega projects, as well as mining industry. NIRM, under the leadership of Dr. H.S. Venkatesh, Director, and with a team of scientists to be given national importance. I say it is a unique organization because it is already rocking in India. It should become Google of rock mechanics and rock engineering. That much it is having the potential. So areas of future research, I would say that I would like to take NIRM outside India. So that thoughts I'll be sharing for subsequently. So projects which can be reviewed by NIRM for every project infrastructure more than 1,000 crores for risk assessment, in tunneling, or any other Himalayan region, that will add a value. So they will be super excellent in future. And also with the top 10 technological institution to have association using the supercomputers, using the data, and then that applying whenever such type of similar projects come. So the supercomputers can predict with the AML and data basis, whichever these are having, that will be useful. And now I am coming from University Technology Malaysia. Malaysia, you might have seen in Bollywood for Rajnikant movie or visiting Kuala Lumpur towers, but it is having much beyond that. Every Bhumiputra is given free education from schooling, from anything to the postgraduate PhD anywhere. All the people are given scholarship from the government of Malaysia. So that is a unique thing. Even 400 Tamil schools are funded by government of Malaysia. Our university vice chancellor is Minister of Science, so you can think the how much every administration is involved. And then other thing I want to tell that I invite NIRM so that they can be associated with my department Geotropic, which is a specialized in research for setting research in the field of tropical engineering issues, which are unique, and that will help to enhance the knowledge of the scientists, and it also gives opportunity for scientists to show their capabilities outside India, like Malaysia or Singapore even. So Building Construction Authority or similar organizations are there with top contractors. They can show their capability and they can get more such overseas project. That is my thinking. So I invite for such opportunities and having workshop conducted in University Technology Malaysia. I invite all panel members also to join such conferences or such whenever I organize there. And other point I want to say, roti, kapda and makan. So makan consists of rock. Everywhere, every individual unknowingly uses 5 tons per year capita consumption. So India consumes 5 billion tons of aggregate for various infrastructure projects. State Geology Mining Department should identify aggregate research for next 20 years of all metro 2-tier, and enabling scientists can be associated for such national initiatives. Presently, aggregates and sand mining is minor mineral, but should be given national importance to minimize the environmental impact. For example, Mumbai, in front of IIT Bombay, there was a quarry in 1980. Now it was shifted to Thane Belapur. It is further going away. You can think every 2-tier city is going to be converted into mega city after 25 years. So you can think how much rock is going to be excavated, how much rock engineering knowledge is required to encourage, and we can have such association at every state level, because this is unorganized sector. They don't understand what is a rock or what is a slope stability, what is a fly rock. All these things, issues cannot be understood at a common ground level. So there should be not only technology 2-tier, 3-tier, but also knowledge should be also 2-tier, 3-tier with a local language to the national language or to the English language, just to impart. So that is a way of approach should be there. And then JK, former, there is a YouTube video by Dr. Abdul J. Kalam, former president, collaboration between India and research laboratories where they saved billions of dollars. So I appeal that NIRM collaborates with foreign universities. I will support them. I also announced that I am director at Innovative Consultancy Research Singapore. So if any research is taken with the help of NIRM, then the researcher's objectives are related to industry, he can apply for patent in Singapore, so that he is motivated. So these are some of the suggestions I want to give, and I would like to be associated with all the panel members. I invite to Malaysia so that you can also have this. So thank you very much. And my again wishes, best wishes, rock not only in India but rock outside India also. All the best to NIRM.
Thank you, Professor Bhatwadekar. It's a very revolutionary idea. We have taken note everything. Thank you. Now I call upon Professor S.K. Sharma from IIT BHU to say his ideas about the future of NIRM. Like to say.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay, 34 years, 2 days before, when NIRM started, MTech seniors of my batch and some from my batch were swapped into NIRM, and they continued to enrich NIRM for 34 years, and one of them is director. So I congratulate HS Venkatesh and the team for the good works that they have done, and concluding to 20 projects per capita. Per employee of the NIRM is producing 20 projects. That's a great achievement. I must go in front of my Param Guru, Professor B.B. Dhar, Gurudev, Professor V.R. Shastri, and student V.B. Machi. So 4 generations of faculty in one, I'll say, event is a big activity successfully being done by HS Venkatesh. Now I do, I'll say, go with most of the suggestions that have already been covered. Speaking in last is always a challenge because most of the things are covered. But I have certain expectations and aspirations from NIRM. और घर में जैसे जो आदमी ज्यादा अच्छा करता है, जो भाई ज्यादा काम करता है, उसको और ज्यादा काम कराया जाता है. So NIRM has done very well. So everybody is expecting that NIRM should do much more. So with that expectation, I am enumerating some of my suggestions to NIRM. As professionals, we know that most of the low fruits are already plucked, and real issues have popped up in operating mines and civil constructions as a whole. Now, NIRM has a lot of data out of 1,200 projects, and not only data, people have focused on data and its interpretation and utilization through data analysis and data analytics tool. But I would say that it is high time that they theorize the data and convert it into information and rules and failure criteria through books. But when they write books, please remember, as Bhatwadekar has already said, that it should be in 3 layers, that please write books in local language also. And because the director is Telugu, and in new education policy, 40 colleges have adopted 7 languages. So I would very much appreciate if we can have a book on rock mechanics in Telugu with Professor Shastri and Venkatesh both being here. And that would be a great contribution. Secondly, I would request that you please accommodate interns. In all your projects, you must have 1 or 2 interns from different institutions. Third, there should be a standing MOU between academia, industry, and research institution. Right now it is NIRM or SIMPER or any other. And we can focus, I propose and offer that I am open to put 2 of my PhD students immediately to industrial problem. One of them may be for finding standards for filing, as Pichumani was saying. So I can put 1 PhD scholar because I have my 8 PhDs are finding over this year. So that is one offer, and NIRM can provide us infrastructure and data. Problem will be provided by industry, and academic procedures and inputs and theorizing that will be taken care of by academic institution. So at individual, I am offering this, and I know most of my academic colleagues would also be ready to do that. Then chronicling most of your success stories and failures, both are essential, and I would request that now NIRM has matured to come out with circulars like USBM. We had lot of circulars from USBM on different aspects. So similarly, NIRM should come out with NIRM circular on blasting, on slope stability, that will offer us a guideline to the whole academia also, next generation also, industry also, and research institutions also. If you are hard pressed because of projects, then again I offer you that we can contribute in your channelizing all these publications, and it can be a joint publication between IITs, NITs, and NIRM. And then I think you also need to evolve as a certifying and diploma/degree awarding institute. Then you will really be, I'll say, justifying the word institute with you. Right now, if you see the whole snapshot of NIRM, it has become a solution provider, total solution provider in terms of consulting. But that alone will not serve in future. we do expect that you also start certifying people and associating yourself with next level of expanded associate consultants, pan-India and abroad. And in that, we are producing lots of human resource development through PhDs and MTechs. And
I think you lost contact.
Voice, Dr. Sharma.
डिस्कनेक्ट हो गया ठीक 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 ओके I think he is disconnected now. Now I request Professor Sastry to say his vision about NIRM, and you can take it forward to session B, sir, and we will discuss the new areas identified and the collaborative proposals, whatever has been spoken. Professor Sastry, please.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Jha. It's a really great pleasure for me to hear so many viewpoints given by experts. But I'm at to, I would like to listen to Professor Dhar also, definitely, my Guruji. And after going through the presentations, rather suggestions by almost 17 panelists till now, and I find that the major areas wherein emphasis is put by everyone could be categorized into, I think, 4 or 5 major groups. Most of the experts, commencing from Mr. Burman to Madhusudan, Dr. Rajiv Ranjan and Dr. Kapil, everybody who have been handling the projects actually directly from the industry, every one of them has been stressing upon the point of extensive geological or geophysical exploration of the data, which is the crux of every problem in the industry. In spite of okay, it is great that we are celebrating 75th independence year of our nation, but still we need to realize the fact there is a long way to go about this aspect. Yeah, I agree that NIRM is having wonderful expertise in geophysical exploration, very ably guided by Dr. Jha, maybe earlier people, and now Dr. Jha and Dr. Subramaniam and others, proper direction given by, rather under the leadership of Dr. Venkatesh. You have been helping the industry, but still we listen. It's not my story given by our colleagues who are participating in this. They are having problems in exploration. I think we need to, first of all, stress upon effective methodology of geophysical exploration, which is the heart of every rock engineering project. Number 2, the technologies we use. And some of the speakers, because it's because of the paucity of time, I am not taking the names. Everybody definitely would agree that what type of modeling we are using. I think people are stressing on 3D modeling. Maybe I don't know sincerely at this juncture whether NIRM is having or not. But some of the Indian labs are having, like RRL at Hyderabad, and we have Ocean Engineering, Oceanography Institute at Goa. They do have. We have in India at 2-3 places, but to be stressed is whether the data generated can directly be used by a practicing civil engineer in a very big underground space project like large cavern or port for rock dredging, something like that. It's a big question. I think this is an area I would appeal to the director, Dr. Venkatesh, to really concentrate upon. One is strengthening the infrastructure in geophysical exploration. Okay, resistivity survey or resistivity, some other things, electromagnetic surveys, and all these things people have told. But this is an area wherein if we have to really be successful in India about infrastructure projects, every infrastructure project, most of the cases requires lot of foundation engineering, lot of geotechnical investigation. This, unless you strengthen this, I think it will be very difficult for us to see a great future to be for implementation of projects totally indigenously. I would like to underline that point. If we have to do it with indigenous technology, we need to concentrate upon that. This is my first point, my suggestion, that is in-depth knowledge development in geophysical exploration. Next one is partnering. Okay, sir, Dar has already told in the beginning, he has been talking about the same since the 80s. I've been talking about for last 2 decades or so, but really nothing great has happened. Everybody says, and Mr. Masudan is mentioning NIRM should come. My question to the industry is, why NIRM, why BHU, one should come on their own, unless there is a funding, because there are certain logistics to be required to be maintained at this. My suggestion to Mr. Masudan, who is holding a very key position in the mining industry today, is why don't you, the Mining Engineers Association of India or Federation, Mineral Federation is there, these people, why don't you develop a corpus fund instead of asking for firefighting? My experience over 30 years plus, and I have done so far about 80. You are mentioning, Mr. Masudan is mentioning about minor minerals, quarry problems, all these things. I till date, throughout the country, no permission is given to any quarry based on blasting survey, fully knowing well from day one it is going to be the problem. And also another problem is the slope stability. Many people have mentioned, yeah, it is when you give permission to 0.5 acre or 0.7 acre, 0.2 acre also, 20 kuntas were given lease. How we can ask that fellow to do slope stability and all these things? I think there is a great deal of work needs to be done by Mining Engineers Association of India. My appeal to you is, my humble suggestion, my humble appeal to you is, please create a corpus fund. Every mine owner, if they take out peanut, 1 lakh or something, or 50,000, I think it's going to make a big amount through which you can really fund research to the universities or NIRM and joint, let NIRM lead, let some university join under the leadership of NIRM. I would appeal for that. That is going to really solve the problems. I think we need to develop a mentality, mindset is required, and change in mindset is required, like a consortium, formation of consortium, consortia, which is very much prevalent in states or Canada or other countries. I don't think we will, down the line, 1 decade or 2 decades also, we will not be there, but some others will occupy these places and we'll be talking about same industry, research, institute interaction. I think there must be some breakthrough, and I would appeal to Mr. Masudan to come out with some such idea and rope in NIRM, and then through NIRM, I think NIRM will be able to identify some of the institutions like IIT BHU, SK Sharma is doing wonderful work, Tote is there, and then Professor Murthy and other NITs are there. I think this is the one I would like to appeal NIRM to take a bit lead role in this, in approaching the associations, and then associations also should come forward in funding, raising the first, you raise some corpus fund towards research and then funding research instead of approaching NIT Suratkal, Shastri or Venkatesh or somebody to solve the problem, and it ends there only. This is one. And next one is through 34 years of service to the society, NRM has done, mentioned by other members also. In fact, Professor SK Sharma gave the point which I wanted to tell. I think it is time for NIRM to come out with some compendium sort of thing, forming guidelines for blasting or control blasting or slope stability by data processing, wherein you can take NIRM can take the help of some of the research students from like-minded professors, because ultimately, as told by Dhar sir, it all depends on individuals. Everything is individual. Today we have a wonderful dynamic director of NIRM. So this is happening, and Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav mein almost 60 lectures have happened, which is almost near to impossible to organize very systematically every week. Finding so many resource persons is extremely difficult, and to sustain the activity also is very difficult. So it all trickles down from the top. Having seen the highest level of administration, sir, I fully agree with you, and I carry forward your words. I carry forward your words that it all depends on the top man. I think you have to, NRM, the director and a group of people have the responsibility of identifying like-minded professors who are flexible, because a lot of other issues are there. So to fulfill this mission of coming out with let's say USBM like reports on a group of projects in every domain, and throw it open to the society so that it helps future generations of students first of all, and the industry also, instead of taking off from the runway on every project, which is, I think we have been doing this. I think there must be a stop for this. We should take off from what we have left. From where we have left in the last project. So this is my humble suggestion to NIRM. Next one is problems about blasting are there, problems about the slope stability are there. These will be there. I think more systematic needs to be crept into the system based on, instead of solving the problems, I don't know sincerely, but I can admit here very clearly that I have done many projects, and lots of projects are done by NIRM. Lot more projects are done by Professor Sharma and Professor Murthy and others also in blasting or other slope stability domains also. Are we really taking all the aspects into consideration? NIRM till 2022 is one thing, till the celebration of Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. But I feel NIRM post 75 years of independence should be something different, wherein we need to look into the problem of either slope stability or the strata control in a more comprehensive manner, wherein the input data is very, very important. We are generalizing the things. I don't think more than 2-3 people in the entire country are working on overpressure effect on slope stability. Why slopes are failing? Somebody mentioned every highway is a problem. Everywhere it is a problem. Every rainy season, whole country you have every state facing the problems and cut off of the railway lines or roadways and so many things. Why? In spite of giving very flat slopes, but still things are happening. I think there may be some input parameters which we are unable to visualize. I think let us involve bigger group and then work upon that, wherein we give a better slope, what is stability measures or guidelines for highway authorities or remaining some other authorities concerned for making all such projects. Next one is a very important thing I feel others have not touched upon is the government of India is now stressing very much on underwater dynamics. And present government headed by our Honorable Prime Minister is giving tremendous thrust to the development of about roughly 7,500 kilometer long coastal line. Establishment of projects, establishment of underground caverns, establishment of many other facilities. As I said, all this as a part of Sagarmala project, and beyond that also for strategic reasons, so many projects are coming up. So many projects are coming up, which involves underwater dynamics. When I talk about underwater dynamics, the most important parameter which trickles down to is your geophysical investigation. From this point of view also, Dr. Jha and Dr. Venkatesh, I appeal to you. I think it is time wherein NIRM will have to concentrate on this. I don't want to name the agencies involved in some of the projects, and the reports I don't want to mention, are summarily rejected and we had to go for direct drilling, which is a too costly affair. Diamond drilling under the sea, that too. So we need to strengthen this. These are some of the domains I would like to see NRM developing now onwards. And then next one is I am extremely happy to share with this at this juncture my experience with Canada. I have learnt a lot from Professor Dhar sir. We used to proudly say Professor Dhar sir did his master's degree and PhD from McGill University. I had opportunity to be there, and when I went with the team of World Bank, we said, my Guruji, Professor Dhar, roamed around this department, mining department, one of the oldest in the world, and then did PhD here, and then whatever those universities have done, whatever those research organizations have done, I think in India, if we admit very frankly, there is a long way. We have not done even 1% of. We may talk. I'm putting the facts very candidly, please, not to hurt anybody, but to improve. And there I saw a presentation by Director EC Canada, Environment Canada Director, who is the Chief of Environment Canada. And his presentation was, the PPT was done by a second-year undergraduate student, science student, second-year undergraduate student for internship. She was doing internship. She gave the PPT, she was organizing the PPT, and director was explaining. I would like to see, with the openness, flexibility, and vision, Dr. Venkatesh implementing these things and making a beginning in the country at the highest level, wherein I would like to see the director of NIRM using the young generation to accomplish some of the projects. I think that is going to really change our society. Frankness, openness, and then accepting people at any level without hierarchy. I have learned it from some of such universities. I would like to see, because NRM is doing extremely well in many other domains. I think here also, I think you have to promote internships and then make them part of your projects and then use them. Use means utilize their services for your benefit and their benefit as well at different levels. These are some of the things many others have given. I have noted down all the points by every speaker. I will mail it to Dr. Jha and Director Dr. Venkatesh subsequently. With these few words, I feel now NIRM is having a greater role to play from deviating from firefighting activity, solving the problems, to developing concrete technologies in concrete shape in the country, so that small studies can be avoided and directly solutions can be taken from such reports, so that really competent people can concentrate on some areas of future concern to the nation. With these few words, I profusely thank the team, NIRM led by Dr. Venkatesh, and all my best wishes to NIRM. And I'm very sure NIRM will take the rock mechanics and allied research in the nation to newer heights in the years to come. All the best wishes. Thank you very much.
Shastri, they were not few words. There was a big lecture.
Yes,
A real good lecture. Okay.
Thank you.
I hope I deserve it, sir. Little time.
I think we will take forward the summary from you and finalize the areas of activities of future. And to carry it forward further, may I request our guest honor Professor Dhar to say a few words on concluding remarks about this session.
2:20 हो गया है, 1:30 आपको खत्म करना था. Time management is the most difficult thing. Jasa, see.
2 मिनट सर आप भी बोल.
नहीं बहुत बहुत मजा आया मुझको. I'll speak more in Hindi than anybody who doesn't understand Hindi can raise his hand. Okay. That's
नहीं, हिंदी में बात करिए सर. It will be great for us to listen to you in Hindi.
हाँ मैं हिंदी नहीं मैं
After a long time.
एक एग्जांपल दे दूंगा. I had gone to Kashmir in the month of April. And वहाँ पर एक यूनिवर्सिटी है, इस्लामिक इंजीनियरिंग एंड टेक्नोलॉजी यूनिवर्सिटी. The vice chancellor, they dragged me. He said, no, you must come. I said, I have come for an occasion. He said, no, आपको आना है. तो गया मैं वहाँ. The hall was full. तो मैंने यह कहा कि is there anybody who doesn't understand Kashmiri? No, it was language Kashmiri.
Naturally.
But there was one person in the back. He raised his hand. मैंने कहा अच्छा तुमको कश्मीरी नहीं आता है? अरे कोई बात नहीं, तुमको हम बाद में समझा देंगे. So I continued both English and Kashmiri. नहीं जैसे मैंने उसको पहले ये बता देंगे कि Venkatesh, thanks. Last night we got in touch with you. मुझे मजा आया वैसे सुनने में. समझ बहुत कम आया because you are all talking above my head now. मगर I will defend NRM. Shastri, I will defend NRM. I will not speak what I wanted to speak after listening to you, all of you. आप लोगों को एक इंस्टीट्यूट से बहुत ही ज्यादा एक्सपेक्टेशन हो जाती है और आपको ये पता होना चाहिए कि सारे NRM में सिर्फ 50 लोग हैं. 50. In a university, class 4 employees are also in hundreds. Not to talk of technical staff. एक चीज तो ये difficulty you have to keep in mind. Second thing कि हम आज NRM की इतनी तारीफ कर रहे हैं, इनको लोड कर रहे हैं, ये करो वो करो वो इसलिए कर रहे हैं कि शास्त्री इन्होंने एक्सपर्टीज दिखा दी पिछले 30-40 साल में. ये आज उस लेवल पे इसलिए आ गए हैं. You never grow to a level just sitting at home. जब तक करोगे नहीं, seeing is believing. जब तक आप देखेंगे नहीं कि हाँ ये काम हमारा हो रहा है, तभी वेंकटेश जाके पीछे पीछे लोग भागते हैं. अब आपने जियोफिजिकल एक्सप्लोरेशन का इतनी बार नाम लिया because they have a well established expert and team. तो किसी चीज को एक लेवल पे पहुंचने में टाइम लगता है. So I am glad they have reached to level that today. How many total participants? इसमें जा सब कितने थे? Approximately
19 participants.
Okay, 19 people spoke today and spoke all in favor of giving more responsibility to NRM. ये भी करो, वो भी करो, वो भी करो. ये कैसे संभव है? ये संभव नहीं है. हाँ, संभव हमारा इसलिए नहीं हो रहा है जो आपने कनाडा की प्रॉब्लम दे दी शास्त्री. उस मैगिल यूनिवर्सिटी में हमारा जो गाइड था वो था नॉट अ प्रोफेसर. ही वाज डॉक्टर DF कोट्स. उसकी किताब आप लोगों के पास होगी, वो रॉक मैगस. वो डायरेक्टर ऑफ रिसर्च थे कैनेडियन गवर्नमेंट के, बट ही वाज एसोसिएटेड विद मैगिल. वो 15 दिन में एक बार आते थे ऑटवा से मॉन्ट्रियल where the McGill University is. और उस दिन में वो एक दो लेक्चर देते थे और उसके साथ रिसर्च स्कॉलर जो उनके एक आध होता था हम जैसा, तो उनके साथ बैठते थे. That was the only interaction we used to have. But he had that authority and he used to come, and when the day he was there, हमारे यहाँ आज तक ये हो नहीं पा रहा. अब मधुसूदन को हम VHU में इनवाइट नहीं कर सकते हैं कि आप 15 दिन में एक बार लेक्चर देने आ जाइए. 10 और ISM में तो अगल बगल वाला होगा उसको बुला लेंगे, वो भी एक स्टूडेंट हो तभी शायद हो सकता है. But the question is, unless and until we have that interaction where the people from the industry can walk in as equal to you, you may not give them anything. Then that is the day that our kind of research that you are talking about or which you have visualized in Canada can really fertile. It cannot be fertile. But there are certain things I would suggest. देखो NRM का काम है रॉक इंजीनियरिंग, वो जो NRM के पीछे वो टनल बनी हुई ना, यू कैन सी दैट इसके डायरेक्टर के पीछे जो बना हुआ है, तो रॉक इंजीनियरिंग इज द बेसिक थिंग. एक्सीडेंट क्यों होता है? रॉक इंजीनियरिंग फेल हो जाती है. स्लोप इज रॉक इंजीनियरिंग, अब फेल हो गए तो फिर व्हाट हैपेंड इन अमरनाथ? Yatri used to go all the time. I think they took a wrong route or something happened and the whole thing came down, and unfortunately cloud burst, which is very, very unfortunate that happened. So rock engineering is their basic subject. Shastri, we don't have to forget, the institute was created to supplement rock engineering and rock mechanics. Till that day, we didn't have anyone. I had to fight with the BK Rao to see that we have हम भी नए नए आए थे, मतलब रॉक मैकेनिक्स मेरे दिमाग में था. I forgot rock mechanics. I became an environmental expert later, but उसमें था, I told him rock mechanics is getting a very rough deal in this country. But he was a man, he was an academician also, he was a professor also. So उन्होंने agree किया कि हाँ, I think we should create this. Out of the 3 institutes created, I think this is the only one which is surviving. The other 2, I think, have been either wound up or merged with something else. Let us not name them. तो आपने जो किया है, Venkatesh and Jha and his team, whatever you have done so far is excellent. Today you are in, आप इस वक्त चर्चा में इसलिए हैं कि आपने काम अच्छा किया है. अगर आपने काम अच्छा किया तो आपके 18 लोग आपको ज्वाइन अप नहीं करके बैठ जाते. टुडे इज सैटरडे, माइंड इट. हमने तो सुबह से आज नहाया भी नहीं. इट वाज टू अर्ली फॉर अस टू जॉइन यू. आई सेड एक बार ज्वाइन कर तो चलो फिर देखा जाए. सो दैट इज वन थिंग, यू शुड रिमेंबर इट. देयर आर अदर स्मॉलर थिंग्स दैट इंस्टीट्यूट शुड टेक. देखिए, यूनिवर्सिटी का रोल हमारे देश में बहुत अच्छा नहीं है. अच्छा इसलिए नहीं है, उन बेचारों को मेन तो लड़कों की पॉपुलेशन इतनी हो गई है, classes have become overcrowded. I used to know everybody by name and by face, at least by face if not by name. अब तो ये मुश्किल, because they are. But basic thing is education. To provide a graduate engineer to you, we should not expect from them also too much. बेचारा छोटे है या मूर्ति है, लोग करते हैं because मेरे ख्याल में इनका शौक है. I think Murthy has been rewarded by Geophysics award. I think similarly others will also go. That shows they have gone out of their way. Nobody told them to do all these things. हम लोगों ने, किसी ने हमसे ये नहीं कहा तुम रिसर्च करो, तुम इतना PhD करा दो, वो करा दो. किसी ने हमसे नहीं कहा. Never, nobody. कौन कहता कौन? Who was there who could tell us? But we saw B.S. Verma, he was doing rock research, वो थोड़ा छोटा पत्थर कुछ करता था when he was a lecturer or something there. Yeah, then after he came to write. So we to see him. So you have to just copy and do everything by your own thoughts, by your own willingness. शास्त्री को किसने कहा कि ब्लास्टिंग करो, वो करो, ये करो? अरे इसमें एक चीज अच्छा भी है, थोड़ा पैसा भी आ जाता है. And you did it out of that your own. But otherwise, rock fragmentation वगैरह तो सिंपल में होता ही है. There is a big division there. And known people, ऐसा तो है नहीं. But you did it. Similarly, all our friends must say कि हम क्या कर सकते हैं. नहीं हम ये कहते हैं कि ये NRM में करे, NRM वो करे, NRM. अरे NRM क्या क्या करेगा? ये पॉसिबल ही नहीं है. आप वो बोल भी नहीं सकता है, डायरेक्टर नहीं बोल सकता, जा नहीं बोल सकता है. कैसे कहेंगे क्या? फिर हाँ साहब हम करेंगे, और एटलीस्ट हम आपकी. But I have a bad habit. I call a spade, although I should not say, but anyway, now it's too late to change my way of thinking. But I have seen जिसमें इंटरेस्ट आ जाता है लोगों को, वही काम ठीक से होता है. आप छोटे हैं, छोटे और भी वहाँ थोड़े I met recently somebody, he did पता नहीं कहाँ किसी मीटिंग में, I did mention about you. वो अभी आपने there are other professors also. एक वो था, वो peace to his soul, what was his name, जो जिनकी डेथ हो गई थी, that South Indian gentleman जो था ना आपके असिस्टेंट प्रोफेसर, NRI में था ना वो?
Anni Reddy.
Paithankar sir, sir.
Any ready.
Dr. Paithankar.
नहीं
नहीं,
सर,
पता-
अन्नी रेड्डी को बोल रहे हैं. अन्नी रेड्डी.
Harinder Reddy, sir.
he
Harinder
died.
Reddy, Harinder.
He died very early, and अब छोटे जो है, I can give credit to BHU से PhD किया है, DPC का स्टूडेंट है, इसके कैसे हम करेंगे? इसको इंटरेस्ट है क्योंकि उसको थोड़ी सी आदत पड़ गई है BHU में, और थोड़ा सा आदत पड़ने से आप ये आपके साथ इसलिए घूम रहा है, नॉट बिकॉज अ प्रोफेसर. इसको ये है बिकॉज ही इज अ लिटिल एक्सपर्ट अदर देन प्रोफेसर. अब प्रोफेसर तो सभी होते हैं, क्लास तो सभी लेते हैं, बट द क्वेश्चन इज एक्सपर्ट इज समथिंग डिफरेंट. प्रोफेसर इज अ प्रोफेसर. Many people used to say, why don't you write Dr. BB? I said, डॉक्टर तो सभी होते हैं, प्रोफेसर बहुत कम होते हैं. था जमाना, अब तो नहीं, अब तो वैसे थोक में होते हैं. So you have, unless you have an interest in this, you cannot. So I would say that we need not take and trust everything on NRM. We need to tell them, pick up out of this what you can do better, and suggest to persons like Madhusudan, who is an industry person who has something to say, कि भाई ऐसा. अब आपने कहा था ना कॉर्पस, अरे MEI is struggling itself for to run itself. आप कॉर्पस की बात कर रहे हैं, कहाँ से कॉर्पस? हमें तो एक प्रोग्राम मधुसूदन कर रहे हैं ना हम लोग, उसका जो ये कर रहा है, क्या नाम उसका है ना, दैट classes or the taking, what is that program? Training program. Training program. We charge them. We charge the candidates and peanuts ज्यादा नहीं चार्ज करते हैं. उसके बाद हम जो लेक्चर देने आता है उसको थोड़ा ऑनरेट देते हैं. So that is the condition. So don't. This is a professional body. We should understand. FIMI is a body for the industry and by the industries. But Mining Engineering Association is a body of professionals. MGMI is a body of professionals. If they create enough money for themselves, that's more than enough. They cannot do research. और फिर उनका इतना नहीं होता कि they will research. अब आपको लाख रुपया दो रहे हो, उससे क्या होगा? So we should not expect from them anything. But luckily in this country, we get a lot of funding from the government of India. There are lots of projects. Lots of people there. हमारे टाइम में मुश्किल होता था to find a good research worker. I had once in an interview, I had to tell him, अरे कभी तुमने रिसर्च किया, तुम चले आए हो? नहीं सर, किया तो नहीं. मैं क्यों आया हूँ? कैसा? वो मेरे सर करते थे रिसर्च, हमने कहा था उनको मदद कर. मैं एक तरीका है, चलो, I think we should give money to you. You take this, we'll give this research. So रिसर्च करने के लिए अपने अपने तरीके होते हैं. And शर्मा ने एक पॉइंट बड़ा रेज किया, चैलेंज टू वेंकटेश झा, कि ये वर्ड इंस्टीट्यूट कैसे आप डिफाइन कर रहे हैं? आप तो खाली वो कंसल्टेंसी करते हैं और अपने आप को इंस्टीट्यूट कहते हैं. पॉइंट तो वैलिड है. आई डोंट नो हाउ टू जस्टिफाई इट, बट इंस्टीट्यूट इज अ ब्रॉडर टर्म. आई थिंक मूर्ति कैन से इट बेटर, जैसे ये एकेडमिशियन है, शास्त्री कैन से इट बेटर. बट इंस्टीट्यूट इज एन इंस्टीट्यूट. He was right in saying, उसको मतलब ये ना कि एक प्रोफेसर को ये होता है कि एक आध अगर पेज रिव्यू निकला, वहां से एक पब्लिकेशन वगैरह निकली, तो enough is enough. But I think NRI is developing on its own in the right direction. I must say that. इन्होंने जो एक इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस की, कौन सा ईयर था वो? Some years back.
2016.
That was great. And they are now planning another one in a couple of years' time. When do something, jiska impact ho. And this Mahotsav wala, 60 lectures wala, it's a great thing, Shastri. They had a lot of appreciation from governing body on them, and they have done a good job. Then, and they gave platform to persons like you and me to speak. Otherwise, who would listen to us? At least to me. But this was a good thing, and this is what they have done. Go ahead as you are going. Pick up those things which you think you can do it. Don't let other things suffer where you have developed an expertise. जियोफिजिक्स आपने किया हुआ है और वो जो शास्त्री बोल रहे थे दूसरा एक्सप्लोरेशन वो कर दे, बट यू शुड बी बेसिकली रॉक इंजीनियर्स, रॉक रॉक एंड रॉक. Thank you very much. That's all I can say.
पानी के नीचे की राख की बात कर रहे थे शास्त्री साहब, सर राखी की बात कर रहे थे.
नहीं, वो पानी के नीचे जो वे कह रहे थे ना, इज टू बिग अ जॉब. एंड क्या जरूरत है अभी हमको पानी के नीचे जाने की?
जरूरत नहीं है.
हमारे पास इतना जमीन अभी है, इतना कम भी नहीं जमीन है. And then, no, we should go into the sea because those are areas of research, long range funding, long range this thing, and dedicated research. As I said, remote sensing. Today, remote sensing is very important for India, but it was just a small, minute thing some years back in Hyderabad. Today, it is this. अभी भी हमारा weather forecast ठीक नहीं हो रहा. Delhi, we are suffering every day. They give a false. The other day, I met one of the assistant deputy directors. I said, "Oh yeah, क्या हो रहा है?" हमें भी समझ नहीं आ रहा. With all this software, all these things, and they say that tomorrow there's going to be rain, and then there is no rain. And in Delhi, we are really suffering. So that it's a very, very bad. I tell you, today temperature is less. Central humidity is 70, 80%. So what I would say that. There are long-term research, there is short-term research.
Yeah.
There are professional research, there are research for research. What underwater, I would say, is research for research at this stage. And there are other people who will be. अभी उनको इतना, we have not been able to collect those nodules जो वहाँ पड़े हुए हैं, उसको हम लोगों ने आज तक कुछ नहीं निकाला, जो known है. So, but your idea is good. I think you should keep it in mind. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Bye.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for your words of encouragement. And we have already exceeded time. With this, I think I must thank all the panelists who have spared 3 hours, more than 3 hours. I think we are running 4 hours roughly. 4 hours they have spared time to be in this session. And to name each of them, Mr. Burman from NPCIL, Mr. Madhusudan from MSPL, Mr. Rajiv Ranjan from NTPC, Mr. Kapil, Dr. Kapil from NHPC, Mr. Subhani from Singarani Collieries, Mr. Gudge from BMRCL, Dr. Pichumani from AECOM, and Mr. Vinod Kumar from RJDL. All of them have given very nice ideas about the new field of development. We have taken note of everything, and we are thankful for their suggestions, and we must thank for them sparing this much time to the institute. Among the academia, we have Professor Salivahan from IIPE Visakhapatnam, Professor Murthy from IIM Dhanbad, Professor Murli Krishna from IIT Tirupati, Professor Thote from NIT Nagpur, Professor Arif from TTIT KGF, Professor Sastri from NIT Surathkal, Professor Sharma from IIT BHU, Professor Majid from IIT Madras, Professor Bhatwadekar from University of Technology Malaysia, and Dr. Rajmani from Jodhpur, MBA University Jodhpur. Thank you, sir, all of you, for sparing 4 hours of your time and encouraging NIRM to do new works. I'm also thankful to Professor, our guest of honor, Professor Dhar. He was also sitting all along 4 hours and said words of encouragement in the beginning as well as in the end. Thank you, sir, for supporting NIRM, and we expect your support in days to come also. And we are also thankful to the Ministry of Mines for awarding us this, organizing this event, and the Ministry of Mines Authority who have joined this session online and who are watching, and other people who are watching this session on YouTube, live streaming of this on YouTube. I'm thankful to each and every one of them for making this brainstorming session successful. We have taken note of all the suggestions and we'll carry forward. Thank you once again. And thank you. With this, we close this session.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Well done. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
Sir. Thank you.
Thank
See
you,
you all
everyone.
guys sometime.
Thank you, Venkatesh. Thank you, Ja.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Dr.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Mr. Jha.
There was somebody from abroad also, no?
Yes, Malaysia.
Malaysia. I'm
Good.
Okay.
Yeah. You spoke very well and invited everybody there. So we have
Yes,
to,
yes,
we have
I
to prepare
invite to
ourselves.
Malaysia and Singapore, so you can
Yeah.
enjoy.
Venkatesh and Jha, you should arrange a